Good morning. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, the Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. I'm calling to order this meeting of the committee to conduct a public roundtable to examine potential human rights violations in the District of Columbia. Today is Wednesday, October 29th, 2025, and the time is 9:34 a.m. Since the end of the Metropolitan Police Department's forced 30-day collaboration with federal law enforcement, Mayor Bowser has said MPD is no longer cooperating with federal immigration officials. Residents say that it's not accurate. Our residents are afraid and they are angry. They want the executive to be forthcoming about current policies. They want the Council of DC to hold some sort of forum to hear the testimony and consider actions to address the impact of the collaboration of district government agencies and employees with federal law enforcement on immigration issues. Today, we are providing one such forum. The committee has oversight of the DC Office of Human Rights, which is responsible for administering and enforcing the DC Human Rights Act. DC human rights law prohibits both intentional discrimination and policies or practices that have a discriminatory effect based on protected traits, including national origin, race, homeless status, or place of residence. The purpose of the roundtable is to hear from residents and organizations about incidents they've witnessed since January that involve DC government coordination with federal entities or joint enforcement activity that may violate DC human rights laws in order to understand the impact these incidents have had on the agency, such as increases in case filings, complaints, or resource needs. While the Office of Human Rights does not have authority over federal agencies, it does handle cases involving public and private actors, including police and other district workers. The committee requested that the DC Office of Human Rights participate in this roundtable. We were informed by the executive that the agency would not participate. This is disappointing. This hearing comes a day after news reports that a federal Homeland Security investigations agent shot at a man in DC during a traffic stop this month, and that the MPD officers with them did not report the shots in their incident reports, possibly after being instructed not to do so. The U.S. attorney was reportedly not aware of the shots. The judge is quoted as saying, "It is shocking to me that someone was almost killed over a missing front license plate." We have no control over federal agents, but we, the council, do have oversight of MPD and deserve to know why police officers are being told to keep details hidden to protect federal agents. Today's testimony could include instances of government agencies sharing arrest or booking info, including immigration status with federal agencies, conducting stops or detentions that disproportionately target people perceived as immigrants, disproportionate enforcement activities in residents and businesses in neighborhoods with larger immigrant populations, and encampment clearings. To say that DC residents are traumatized by the surge of federal agents and stepped-up immigration enforcement is not hyperbole. I personally have heard multiple stories of parents snatched by masked and unidentified agents. I've witnessed incidents as well. We've heard of kids left on their own after parents have been removed. We've heard of U.S. citizens being detained without warrants and with no apparent reason, and in many of these cases, DC police have participated. Students in 8th, 9th, and 10th grades at several schools in Ward 4 give us a window into how this has affected them with anonymous responses they shared in a recent survey. Quote, "Sometimes I can barely attend school due to what's happening right now, which is affecting my education. Sometimes my family is scared to let me go to school. When ICE took one of my family members, it was a very difficult and emotional experience. Seeing federal law enforcement so close to my family made me feel scared and powerless. Most of the time, there's ICE cars with police cars near my school getting innocent people, and when they do that, the families who are trying to drop off their kids at school have to drive in fear on the way there and the way back. This not only happened to me, but many others right now, where their only provider or family gets taken by ICE, and sometimes the kids get left behind, having nowhere to go and leaving them alone with nobody to be there for them or even provide them with any type of care. I think it's unfair to the community on how there's more things to worry about out there, but they're focusing more on innocent Latin, Hispanic humans." One time, my mom wrote everything in her bank account, like her bank account password and everything she thought I would need in a book for me to have if ICE took her. And mind you, my family lived in an apartment, and my parents didn't know if one day ICE would take them because ICE had come in the building 3 to 4 times looking for people. And there was this time I was babysitting my sister and my 9-year-old cousin, and I had just gotten a call from my cousin telling me ICE was on the first floor and to lock my door. I was terrified because I'd never been in a situation like that, but I did what she told me to do and went in my parents' room with my 4-year-old sister and told my cousin to be quiet and not say anything. I was just praying to the Lord that nothing happened, and my dad called me. He just told me to stay in there, and my mom was coming, and to pray that everything will be okay. So I did that and just stayed there waiting until my mom finally came home, and she said they left, but I just saw from the look of her, she was scared and relieved we were okay. And the next day I didn't go to school because Isa came back around 7 in the morning looking for someone. As I noted earlier, DC government does not have authority over federal agencies, but we do have authority over our own agencies. If actions by our own agencies do not comply with DC law and human rights, we need to know and we need to make demands of the executive to put an end to those actions. Thank you to all of you who plan to speak today and many more who have submitted or plan to submit written testimony. Anyone may submit written testimony through November 28th. Just a little bit of housekeeping. The hearing is live today on Channel 13 and being streamed at brianneknadeau.com/committee. In order to ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask that all witnesses stick to their allotted time. Witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, and all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. I'd also like to provide some detailed reminders about the Zoom platform and the committee's protocols for witnesses participating today. All witnesses in the webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it is your turn to testify, we will call your name. We will give you an invitation to be promoted to the panel. You'll need to accept that so that you can then control your video camera and your microphone. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to the committee staff and they will follow up with you. And if you are having trouble gaining access to the Zoom and you've pre-registered, please reach out to the committee staff at publicworks@dccouncil.gov or by calling 741-2111. We're going to begin with our witnesses who are in person today. We have a total of 50 witnesses signed up. When I call your name, please come forward and sit at the witness table. Miguel Trindade Duramo, ANC 1B Commissioner. Samantha Davis, Free DC Organizer. Dr. Oye Olewa, U.S. Representative. Dr. Tanya Golash Boza, Professor of Sociology at the University of California and Executive Director of the University of California, Washington Center. Thank you. Okay, we're going to try to fill the table. So the next witness we're going to call is Aparna Raj. Good timing. Good timing. Okay. We'll begin with Commissioner Duramo. You may begin when you're ready.
There we go. Councilmember, good morning. Thank you for hosting us here today. My name is Miguel Trindade Duramo. I serve as Commissioner for Meridian Hill, and I'm the Chairman of ANC 1B, although I'm not speaking for my commission today. I also serve as the Chair of the district-wide ANC Home Rule Caucus. Councilmember Nadeau, I'm grateful to you and your staff for organizing this opportunity, the sole opportunity to date for residents to speak to their council about the dominant issue on everyone's minds. What is happening with immigration enforcement in DC? Are enforcement operations being conducted according to the law? Who is ensuring that they are? What is the role of our own Metropolitan Police Department in enforcement operations? When we call 911, who will respond? Is it safe for everyone to call 911? When MPD personnel are involved in an encounter before or adjacent to an immigration enforcement operation, what rules govern their behavior? Why are calls for clarity and transparency going unanswered? These are the questions that arise when the lines are blurred between a local police force and unidentifiable federal entities conducting immigration enforcement with impunity. When I hear these questions, it is clear to me that public trust has eroded. This puts our communities at risk. Under the August 11th emergency declaration, and continuing unabated despite the lapsing of that emergency 30 days later, Washingtonians have seen ample evidence of indiscriminate targeting of certain residents for immigration enforcement. of arrests without warrant or probable cause, of the misuse of traffic safety checkpoints. Despite assertions from the district government that its cooperation with federal agencies is limited in scope or time-bound, what we see every day in our communities suggests otherwise. I've spoken with advocates who catalog reports and videos of police encounters. They tell me that MPD's practices, including very recently, do not appear to match those reassurances from the executive. What we see on the ground is generating an extraordinary climate of fear. Families feel unable to so much as walk outside to buy groceries, unable to walk their own children to school. My neighbor took weeks of leave from work rather than risk a harmful encounter on her commute. And we're not only talking about immigration enforcement, to be clear, but a general climate of apprehension and fear because of increased law enforcement presence across our neighborhoods. Assault rifles on street corners, swarms of officers at high school football games, the tremendously disproportionate force I witnessed when half a dozen federal agencies descended upon Spring Road to arrest one homeless woman for loitering. Many of the testimonials you will hear today describe incidents that may have violated our Human Rights Act. Other incidents may have violated other laws, such as our Sanctuary Values Act. These incidents and the lack of oversight perpetuate the perception that our district government is enabling excess rather than protecting us from it. Residents are left wondering, what is the value of the Human Rights Act or the Sanctuary Values Act if they're not upheld? Let me state clearly. The Sanctuary Values Act is the law in DC. It will remain the law unless and until a democratically elected body changes it. The Human Rights Act is the law in DC. It will remain the law unless and until a democratically elected body changes it. That means that federal agencies can't change those laws. That means that MPD has a responsibility to ensure that the very communities they police can trust that the law will be followed if they are called for help. Our rights are not up for negotiation or sacrifice for political expediency. So I ask on behalf of the residents in my district, who will protect us? This week, I joined a group of 70 commissioners to send a letter to the council calling for an immediate hearing, a proper oversight hearing, to understand whether MPD's presence, participation, or coordination during federal operations constitutes a violation of district law or standards of transparency, accountability, and public safety. To ask which directives currently govern MPD's engagement with federal immigration enforcement agencies. To find out what interpretive guidance or training MPD personnel have received in this unique moment of federal interference. To clarify what mechanisms are in place for residents, schools, or other local leaders to report incidents of potential misconduct and how those mechanisms are performing. School principals, churches, and other organizations have said they haven't gotten responses to direct questions asked of the mayor's office. So I ask, will this council provide that oversight? In my view, this hearing is only a first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. Owalewa.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much, Council Member, for putting this together. And I want to thank my friends on this panel and in the audience for standing up for our communities, especially those in the Latino community who are simply being illegally targeted because of what they look like. I'm Dr. Owalewa, but today I'm coming to you as a child of immigrants who's fed up with ICE destroying our communities, intimidating our leadership, doing nothing about it. In the beginning of this year, I was voluntold to do an immigrant townhouse in a Czech, Columbia Heights Education Campus. And I grabbed all my friends who are immigration attorneys and immigration agencies to put together panels. And one thing I realized was immigration legal services were important. I hoped that this event was going to inspire members of the council and the mayor's office to continue that work, and that didn't happen. I want to thank all the agencies, the ANC commissioners who stepped up to do something about it. This year has been tough. We're seeing ICE agents who are just masked thugs grabbing people based off what they look like. We're seeing women being grabbed away from their children. We're seeing door dashers being snatched off the streets. And our government isn't doing much about it. Even worse, the continued effort to strip away our DC sanctuary status not only betrays those in the Latino community, but also betrays our values. DC has long been a safe haven for folks leaving slavery, folks want a good life, and the actions we're doing right now betrays that history. Even worse, we're talking about MPD recruitment. Earlier this year, I went to a town hall with Karen Gall from 3CAC, and I actually spoke to an MPD officer about the idea of working with ICE. This was in April. And although she looked white, she actually had a Mexican dad. She had a Hispanic background. And she was very uncomfortable with grabbing people, working with ICE. And just 4 months later, she's directed to do just that. And at a time we're talking about recruiting officers and throwing more money into the system, stripping OUC of its funding, we can actually look into reworking our values and making sure people are comfortable in the work they're doing. All in all, I'm getting tired of this. I'm getting tired of seeing undocumented immigrants, non-citizen residents getting grabbed and snatched up, and their leadership doing nothing about it. If you look at our situation in DC and you take away the undocumented immigrants and say immigrants, Black people, Black teens, working class people, and whatnot, we have the same disregard. Who are we as DC residents? Who are we as a city? Who do we fight for, and who are we fighting? There's been no pushback against this White House all year. And I go around this country talking about DC statehood, democracy, and we don't even know what we're fighting for in this city. I went from thinking about congressional oppression and federal intervention all across this country, but a lot of our problems are here. We not only need to make more funding for legal resources, for non-cost legal assistance, we also got to fund Health Alliance to make sure the undocumented have health insurance. We have to make sure young people aren't afraid to go to school, that they're not worried where their parents are going to be. We have to include funding for mental services because these kids are going to school not worrying where their parents are going to be, worrying where their friends are going to be. And I want to thank all the people on this panel, whether it's Free DC, whether it's folks and beyond that have been fighting for this, because they've been doing this without leadership. When we're knocking on doors, when we're marching the streets, we don't see enough council members. We don't see our mayor. We don't see those who are supposed to protect us against the White House. Instead, we're seeing them in the White House. That's not who we are. That's not our values. 10, 15, 20 years from now, they will be looking into these classrooms, they'll be looking at textbooks, and they're gonna be wondering what we did today. So I know the cost is high. I know in DC we're vulnerable, but if we don't fight when we're vulnerable, who's gonna do it for us? If we keep stripping pieces from ourselves each and every time, at the end of the day, what will we have left? I wanna thank you all for being here. I wanna thank you all for showing effort. I wanna thank you all for putting this together, because this is not even your committee, but you're stepping up. Please bring your colleagues with you and fight for us. We deserve it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. Golesh Boza.
Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Tanya Golesh Boza, and I'm a lifelong resident of DC and a professor at the University of California. And I come to you today as a scholar and as a person who loves DC. And as I sit before you today, I ask myself, what can I possibly say to convince you of the severity of what is going on in our city right now? Do I give you statistics? 1,200 people were detained by ICE in 1 month in DC. At this rate, ICE will have removed every single undocumented migrant from our city in 1 year. Do I tell you a story? A father deported, his wife dying of breast cancer, their 16-year-old daughter forced to drop out of school to work, their 12-year-old daughter staying home to care for her sick mother. Or do I tell you what I witnessed with my own eyes? Earlier this week, just before dawn, I saw a man walking towards the bus stop. 3 unmarked vehicles pulled up on the street beside him. Masked men jumped out and yelled, "We're immigration." It was dark. You could not see his face from the street. The only thing they could see was that man was brown, and that was enough. Now, my husband, who has brown skin, carries his US passport with him everywhere he goes. My mother, who is not a US citizen, is not worried because she's white. She knows she will never be questioned. This is racial profiling. It is illegal, and it is happening right this minute in Washington, D.C. Every single day within 1 mile of the house where I was born and raised, 15 to 20 immigrants are snatched up by masked federal agents with no warrant, no due process. Let me be clear. Our city is being used as a test case for fascist tactics, targeting immigrants, sowing fear, testing out racialized enforcement. If we allow it to continue here in the nation's capital, what happens next? Now, I have studied immigration law enforcement for the past 20 years as a scholar, and I can assure you that Trump will not be able to deport every single undocumented migrant in the United States. But with 1,200 apprehensions every month in DC, he's well on his way to his target here. It's happening here. DC has long been the incarceration capital. We neither want to nor need to be the deportation capital. Our neighbors are being attacked. Families are living in terror. Children are losing their parents, and people are scared to leave their houses. So what do I need to tell you? I have been screaming into the void for the past month, and I'm grateful for you to hold this hearing. But we cannot claim to be a city that upholds human rights while our immigrant neighbors are being hunted in the streets. We cannot let our silence make us complicit. Ending MPD collaboration with ICE is necessary, but it's not sufficient. We need to do everything within our power to put a stop to these fascist tactics happening within our city. And since you gave me 1 extra minute, I'm going to tell you a short story. I went across the line to Maryland, and there was an ICE apprehension there. And who showed up? 2 people from the Montgomery County Council member's office. When there are ICE agents standing on the corner at 14th and Nicholson, where's the council? Where's the mayor? Where are our city people? Can I call your staff and say, Ms. Nadeau, there are ICE agents sitting here in front of my neighbor's apartment building. Can you come up here and talk to them? Because these ICE agents were parked illegally at the bus stop for hours. And you know why we knew they were ICE? Because they had arrested somebody the day before. It's not hard to figure out who they are. People are scared, and we need y'all in the streets with us doing something about this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Rash.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for holding this unfortunately necessary hearing. My name is Upper Niraj. I live in Ward 1, and we've seen Ward 1 bombarded with ICE agents over the past couple months. I have personally seen unmarked cars swarm people and pull them out of vehicles, stake out apartment buildings, waiting for people to come out and patrolling our neighborhoods. I have seen abductions that have happened too quickly for witnesses to even register what's happening in the moment, just pulling people out of cars, snatching them, throwing them into unmarked vehicles, and driving off. Pure racial profiling. While in one incident in September, I was walking in Columbia Heights and I saw people in police and Border Patrol vests questioning delivery drivers on mopeds. While the masked Border Patrol agents were talking to drivers and asking them for their papers, MPD officers were upholding a perimeter around them and blocking bystanders from being able to reach the drivers and try to ask them for vital information in the event that the drivers were detained. This went on for about 15 minutes until eventually the drivers were let go and the agents moved on. But the reason that I bring this up, even though this event technically happened during the 30-day federal takeover, is that the MPD officers in this incident were openly laughing, smirking, and mocking community members who were observing the situation and trying to support their community. That was not the behavior of officers who are being forced to comply with this situation. That is the behavior of people who are more than happy to play that role. So it doesn't surprise me that there continue to be eyewitness accounts of MPD collaborating with ICE both long before this 30-day period started and now after it's supposed to have ended, especially when the mayor continuously tries to repeal DC sanctuary status to formally allow that MPD collaboration with ICE and continues to undermine our efforts, our community members' efforts to try to keep each other safe. And I also want to add that in addition to collaborating with federal law enforcement, MPD officers have used this opportunity of the heightened security state as an excuse to continue to over-police and harass people in general, particularly Black people in DC. Someone who I organize with in Ward 8 told me about how multiple squad cars rolled up as her son and his friends were just hanging out on their patio and threw them on the ground and handcuffed them. And I have heard stories of children being harassed on the metro for just going to school or hanging out. The impact of this is going to be severe. Kids will be traumatized for years to come, worried about their or their friends' safety, seeing their family ripped apart, and terrified of law enforcement, the people that they've been told their whole lives are the people who are supposed to keep them safe. Trust in MPD is broken, and people are afraid to go to school or work. They are hungry and they cannot make their rent, and DCPS teachers who I've talked to haven't received any guidance on how to protect families or talk to their students. We need the government to be able to protect us in this moment, to coordinate with schools, religious centers, and MPD collaboration with ICE, but we also need resources to take care of communities so they're not vulnerable after all of this is over. Funding healthcare, SNAP benefits, and everything that we need to be safe.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Commissioner, can you, Rep, I've just got like maybe one question for each of you, so. Okay, I know ANC, you're the chair of ANC 1B. Has ANC 1B taken any positions or sent any correspondence to the council or the mayor that we should be aware of and take into consideration as well?
We have, and we'll continue to. One item I would highlight, which is, not exactly the subject today, but it's a resolution that at least a dozen other commissions have passed dealing with the use of masks and lack of agency identifiable clothing on federal personnel operating in the district, especially on immigration enforcement. It's an ongoing issue, and I note that the mayor's order of September 2nd, in its final clause, specifically stipulated that the district would seek to end those practices.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen a change in that on the ground. So we're about to send a letter sometime this week still, I think, to the mayor's office to request what progress has been made under that clause of her order. But as I mentioned in my statement, I'm sort of afraid that's going to go without a response, as we've seen other requests from school leaders and churches and community leaders to the mayor's office, which have also asked for clarity on enforcement guidance or SOPs and MPD. Those requests have also gone completely unanswered. So we would look forward to your partnership in getting some answers to that inquiry of ours.
Thank you. Rep. Oalewa, you mentioned we need more funding for legal services. Do you think legal and human services are adequately funded?
No. A lot of organizations are actually doing a pro bono, and they just don't have the capacity to continue doing so. A few organizations I could think of is LAYC, Nigerian Center, and CARICAN. They already have full plates, and with the escalating amount of cases regarding the federal takeover, they just can't do it. I know some attorneys. My friend Beatrice, she specializes in migrant children. She doesn't have a job. So providing more funding will actually bring more capacity by bringing folks who are not working, who have these specialized capabilities to do so. One thing about immigration is federal law. So attorneys in Virginia, Maryland, beyond can also take on these cases, but without the adequate funding, they're just not going to be able to get to it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Golesh-Boza, you testified that DC is seeing deportation level activity comparable to national programs like the Fugitive Operations Program. What data or information should council request from MPD to assess whether local funding, like overtime funding, is enabling that? Oh, yeah, there you go.
Thank you for that question. The council should request data from the MPD on every single stop. Right now, MPD already collects stop data on the agencies present involved in every stop, right? So I know we record every stop. Which agencies exactly were there? At a minimum, you should be able to get that data from MPD. I think that's the first thing that comes to mind, but I'd be happy to follow up if I think of anything else. And please feel free to follow up with me at any time as well.
Thank you so much.
you.
And Ms. Raj, you mentioned in your testimony that MPD officers were mocking the residents gathered during an ICE arrest. Do you remember exactly what they were saying or doing?
I don't remember exactly what they were saying, but they were just clearly laughing. You know, we were saying things like these people, like the delivery drivers, are just trying to go about their day. They're just trying to make money. They're just trying to, you know, do their jobs. And they were laughing. At one point, another woman came up and started yelling at us and saying that she was happy about what was happening. And the officers were talking with her. And they were, some of the ones who were talking with her were a little too far away for me to hear what was said, but it was clear that they were agreeing with each other, nodding, laughing, smiling at all of us being angry and upset.
If I may add on to my neighbor's comment there was the infamous video of the MPD officers telling people not to call 911 if they don't approve of what MPD is doing in the communities. And I know Chairman Mendelson has called for an investigation into that, and I hope your office and the offices of the council members not here today will join in those calls and ensure that an investigation is conducted.
Thank you. Thank you all very much to this panel. Our next panel will also be in person. When I call your name, please come forward to the witness table. Samantha Davis, Free DC organizer. Tyler Sylvester, public witness. Catherine Landfield, Fair Budget Coalition Senior Advocacy Strategist. Madhvi Bal, Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid organizer. Oh, I don't see Madhvi. Okay, great. There's one. No, there's her. We have everybody. Go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, council member. I'm Samantha Davis. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm a community organizer with Free DC, and I'm a Ward 8 resident. I'm here today to testify on behalf of Free DC, the renewed movement to protect home rule and win dignity for the people of DC. Over the last 10 months, DC has witnessed and experienced federal agents arresting people in ways that are violent, that are clearly racially motivated, and that violate constitutional rights. Local MPD officers often participate in or assist with these actions. I'm here to highlight some of the most troubling examples we've seen or heard of over the last 10 months. Let's start with the violations of our Fourth Amendment rights. On August 31st, an MPD officer stopped a delivery driver allegedly for possession of marijuana. While personal possession is legal in DC, and it was found only after the officer illegally searched the driver's vehicle, that means MPD initiated an illegal traffic stop and unconstitutionally detained the resident. MPD then transferred him into ICE custody. On August 26th, a federal judge dismissed a weapons charge after what she described as, without a doubt, the most illegal search I've ever seen in my life. According to the news reports, the search and arrest were carried out by a combination of both MPD officers and federal agents. Also in August, federal agents and MPD worked together to stop people on the street without any legal basis. These stops focus overwhelmingly on young Black men and most often resulted in charges like using marijuana in public, fare evasion, and traffic offenses. In September, MPD helped federal agents apprehend a young man for smoking marijuana in a park. Federal agents performed a subsequent search that found THC wax in the backpack. The federal agents' reports included no information about how they even knew the backpack, how they knew the backpack or the THC wax belonged to the defendant. And then just this week, we found out, and it has been going around social media and the news, that on October 17th, a S agent working alongside MPD shot into the car of an unarmed Black man, allegedly because the agent feared the man was going to hit him with his car. Thankfully, the DHS agent did not kill this person. An MPD officer told a judge that a superior instructed him not to document the shooting in the court record. Moving on to our Fifth and our Sixth Amendment rights. Dozens of bystanders' videos have shown MPD officers and federal law enforcement failing to give Miranda warnings when making arrests. Bystander witness statements confirm these failures. On August 30th, MPD officers provoked a man sitting on a bench in Malcolm X Park. When the man asserted his rights, MPD officers continued to antagonize him until masked federal agents arrived. Dozens of bystanders recorded the agents grabbing the man and whisking him away. At no point did any of the officers involved advise the man of his constitutional rights. MPD and federal agents are often making up perceived threats to justify their violations. On October 3rd, MPD and federal officers worked together to arrest a man outside DC bilingual. An MPD officer was recorded saying, if you have such a problem with us, don't call 911 next time. MPD also has collaborated with agents engaged in outright, unprovoked, and unjustified violence, tackling and slamming residents into the ground, choking residents, and even children while detaining them. DC residents are recording interactions between community members and police, and more violations would likely be happening were it not for these recordings. These arrests are violating due process. In many cases, federal agents refuse to identify themselves, or their agencies refuse to provide any information on where they were taking these people and prevented the individual they were detaining from talking to others who could share what was happening with their loved ones or lawyers. We know the individuals are being intentionally disappeared into Trump's mass deportation machine. I have a list of recommendations that we offer you. I do want to highlight, being mindful of time, just a few. We are offering that we require MPD to file reporting on any interactions that they have with a minor, including simple conversations on the street. These interactions are particularly vulnerable to abuses of power. We require strict limitations on any agreements between MPD and federal law enforcement with regards to requests for backup and consensual encounters, traffic stops, and checkpoints in DC streets. And we are saying that we close a loophole in the Sanctuary Values Act, which allows MPD to report people to ICE who are stopped or detained rather than taken into custody. DC communities deserve transparency and accountability on MPD's coordination with federal law enforcement agents, including immigration agents. Thank you so much for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Tyler Sylvester.
Firstly, thank you, Councilwoman, for having us. It's vitally important that these stories get the attention they deserve and the perpetrators of these abuses are brought to justice. With that said, I want to share with you my firsthand account of the ongoing collaboration between district law enforcement and the federal agents terrorizing our communities. Last Thursday, the 23rd, I was walking past Judiciary Square carrying my lunch back to the office. On my way, I noticed a crowd of federal agents from various agencies, Park Police, FBI, ICE, IRS, and Homeland Security, at a minimum, gathered with National Guardsmen. Instinctively, I took out my phone and started recording, expecting another brutal abduction of one of our community members. Noticing no activity or detainee, I turned my energy into heckling the agents for a minute or two, then turned to go about my business and return to work. It was then when agents from multiple agencies, joined by Metro Transit Police, tackled me from behind and brought me to the ground. I was brought down and handcuffs were forced onto me. The agents in Transit Police threatened to break my bones, told me they were taking me to Donald Trump, a statement so absurd it was almost comical even in that moment, and repeatedly told me that my First Amendment rights no longer mattered. I want to pause for a second and let that statement linger. My First Amendment rights no longer mattered. They proceeded to slam me up against Transit Police squad car and violently search my person, cutting my backpack off of me, throwing my things to the ground with what I could only describe as intent to damage them. At no point was I read my Miranda rights. I repeat that. At no point was I read my Miranda rights. My First Amendment rights did not matter. Once I was brought to the station at 101 M Street Southwest, it was explained to me I was being charged with disorderly conduct and I should expect to be out shortly. I suppose, in comparison to others, it was a relatively short period of time, but I was held in a cell alone, without a water fountain for several hours, and only after numerous requests and at least an hour into my reaction was I given a phone call. But one thing kept ringing in my ears: your First Amendment rights no longer matter. In that time, having encountered so many different district and federal law enforcement agencies and so little explanation of the charges, I began worrying about being caught up, as I potentially already was, in Trump's NSPM 7 dragnet. I imagine this fear is part of the point. They want to silence us, all of us, the hecklers, the neighborhood defenders, the little old ladies on my block who rush out of their homes with whatever they have on, armed only with whistles, fighting back against this terror. Because like the agents and transit police said, our First Amendment rights no longer matter. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Catherine Lanfield.
Good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing, Chairwoman Nadeau. My name is Catherine Lamfield, a longtime DC resident and daughter of a child refugee and granddaughter of a political prisoner of a repressive regime. I am also the senior advocacy strategist at Fair Budget Coalition. We advocate for a well-funded, racially equitable DC budget. At this time, federal law enforcement agencies and MPD are terrorizing and violating the human rights of our immigrant neighbors, Black and brown youth, and residents living outside. MPD collaboration with ICE and other federal forces has undermined true community safety, the rule of law, our human rights protections, and people's ability to protect themselves. Today, I want to share the specific problem of how bad budget decisions have worsened these problems. Safety net cuts have destabilized residents and left them without programs that would literally keep them safely out of harm's way during this law enforcement surge. Through the federal occupation, we see clearly how the underfunding of community needs and overfunding of the police have helped increase these attacks on immigrants, unhoused folks, and Black and brown youth. DC became the first city to include homeless status as a protected trait in our DC Human Rights Act, and the Mayor's Office on Racial Equity named housing as a human right. Yet the mayor acquiesced to encampment clearances at the orders of the administration, violating unhoused neighbors' rights and safety, as well as our own local policies designed to mitigate harm, such as 14-day minimum notice. Yet it would be impossible for police to terrorize these communities if leaders had invested in housing rather than slashed funding for ERAP and housing vouchers. In the past 2 budgets, the mayor funded $0 in permanent supportive housing for individual adults. As the president threatened to trash their shelter, possessions, and community, the budget failures left them utterly vulnerable and in the direct path of harm. ICE abductions are terrorizing communities and devastating families through racial profiling and violent extra-legal abductions. MPD, in collaborating with ICE, is routinely discriminating against people with these protected traits under the DC Human Rights Act: color, national origin, including language spoken, personal appearance, and race. Moreover, MPD is in violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the Sanctuary Values Act when it cooperates, shares information, and assists in these attacks. Yet budget decisions this past summer reinforced the sense that DC does not care about immigrant residents. Policymakers passed the planned dismantling of Alliance Healthcare and pay cuts to the heavily immigrant restaurant and childcare workforces. The budget also failed to curb rising housing costs, housing insecurity, and food insecurity. The DC government has not offered these community members any shelter from the storm, only deepened their vulnerability to it. Lastly, Black and brown youth, particularly from working class and poor families, have always faced high rates of criminalization. But under the current law enforcement surge, they are even more targeted and fearful, even in the mundane act of going to and from school. Law enforcement encounters and harassment cross into human rights discrimination due to profiling of these BIPOC youth and targeting of specific geographic locations. The youth in my more affluent, whiter neighborhood, for example, are not facing profiling or the assumption of criminality. Here too, the budget fails to serve young people and makes them more vulnerable to criminalization. If students were deeply engaged in quality after-school and rec programs and work and training programs, they would not even be on the streets at risk for being targeted and harassed. Notably, unhoused youth are doubly at risk from living outside, lacking family support, and with many being visibly queer. We urge you to hold the executive agencies and leaders accountable for complying in advance and over-complying with dangerous and discriminatory federal forces. Uphold our DC Human Rights Act and the Sanctuary Values Act, and hold MPD accountable to following both. We also urge you to fully fund the safety net and critical programs that allow residents to thrive. Underfunding is a mechanism for harm. Build true community safety and well-being directly into the budget. Raise critically needed revenue by taxing wealth. Our demands besides these two overarching ones are in my written testimony, and I welcome your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Madhvi Paul.
Chairperson Nadeau, my name is Madhvi Bahel, and I am a core organizer with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid. We are a network of community organizations and hundreds of individuals who are committed to welcoming and supporting migrants in the DMV area through solidarity, not charity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the human rights implications of the deeply harmful ongoing collaboration between MPD and federal agencies that is terrorizing district residents. Since January, MISMA has operated a 24/7 ICE emergency hotline that community members can call if they see ICE activity or if their loved one is detained and they need support. In August, when the expanded occupation of DC began, overnight, MISMA's hotline became the emergency hotline for all federal law enforcement activity in the district. Since August 11th, our hotline operators have fielded 4,852 incoming calls from community members. For context, in the preceding 79 days, which is the same amount of time, we received 743 calls. That is an almost six-fold increase in calls. On September 2nd, in collaboration with Harriet's Wildest Dreams, we launched Film the Police DC to provide a single place for DC residents to send photos and videos of police and federal law enforcement. Since its launch, we have received approximately 1,000 emails from community members documenting human rights abuses in their neighborhoods. We have also seen an exponential increase in requests for support as well. People are too afraid to leave their house to buy groceries, to go to work, or even to leave their home to seek assistance. Our grocery supplies and community meals teams have had to scale up their deliveries to families 5 times. They're delivering to 5 times the number of families a month in order to respond to the uptick in calls and ask for assistance, resulting in this expanded occupation. And that isn't even enough. It's not like we're meeting all the need. And the increase in federal agents in the district accounts for only part of this expanded enforcement and this increase in need. Without MPD's full-throated collaboration, this level of enforcement would not have been possible. In September alone, community members reported 65 incidents resulting in 71 detentions where both MPD and federal law enforcement were present. At least 36 of those detentions happened after the emergency ended. And let's talk about why MPD collaborating with the feds is harmful. Many, if not most, of federal agents who are in the streets do not know DC. They don't know the laws or where the different communities live, work, or gather. Whereas MPD has surveilled Black and Brown residents in the district for years. MPD collaboration allows federal law enforcement to access data about DC residents, be in more places at once, and use traffic enforcement as a means by which to kidnap people without cause or warrant. But more insidiously, it gives federal law enforcement access to a demographic and cultural map of the district, one that MPD has spent years perfecting through surveillance. There is a reason federal agents have known which neighborhoods to target and exactly where to set up checkpoints and do jump outs. Before the expanded occupation of DC, ICE was primarily doing targeted enforcement in the region, which means they were going to specific places to detain specific people they already knew about. Of course, those people do not deserve to be detained, and many of them were complying with immigration obligations and therefore were targeted. But in comparison to the targeted enforcement that was happening previously, now masked agents in street clothes hide in our neighborhoods, block streets, and kidnap anyone who looks brown in violation of their constitutional and human rights. and then they disappear them into the detention system. And we have MPD to thank for this increased violence and family separation. But MPD is not alone in this. The mayor and this council have played a role in this by enacting policies and passing legislation that have been exploited by MPD and the feds to further harm DC residents, such as using the mayor's youth curfews to target Black youth, or teaming up with the Metro Transit Police to target Black and brown neighbors at metro stations under the guise of fare evasion, made possible by Secure DC passed by this council last year. This is exactly what happens when you expand criminalization and supercharge enforcement, whether at the local or federal level. As a DC resident and a community member, even if I didn't have the data and the knowledge I have through my work with MISMA, I've personally seen what MPD and Fed collaboration has done to the district. Multiple times during the course of this expanded occupation, I have been sitting in my living room and heard commotion out of my window that turned out to be the sounds of ICE and MPD detaining someone, and had to run downstairs to try and help my neighbor not be disappeared into the system and document these abuses. You don't need data to know this is wrong, just eyes and a soul. For those fighting for migrant justice in the district, Mayor Bowser's attempt to repeal Sanctuary Values Act and continued support of MPD collaborating with ICE and federal law enforcement agencies came as no surprise. Unfortunately, when it comes to immigration and criminalization, the mayor and the president are values aligned. We cannot rely on her. So the task has fallen to you, the council, to protect the DC residents from the president and the mayor. Council members, I ask you to work to end all joint enforcement between MPD and federal law enforcement, expand Sanctuary Values Act, ban collaboration with ICE, even when residents are not in MPD's custody, and ensure their compliance with the law. I'm going to end.
Thank you.
And I will send the rest of the request in written testimony.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We just want to make sure we get to everybody. So thank you all very much for your testimony. Ms. Davis, you recommended that MPD should be required to file reports during their interactions with minors. Do you mean written reports or body worn
Written
camera?
reports as
Written.
well.
Yeah, okay.
We know the harm of just any encounter with law enforcement and young people.
Thank you.
Can I add one?
Absolutely.
One more thing? So there are a couple of things outside of Free DC. I attended a public safety meeting in Ward 7, and we heard a few disturbing things that we should also be looking into. There's a question of MPD's collaboration with ICE. And what was noted by the commander there was, while MPD does not collaborate with ICE, they do share radio channels. And so federal agents are able to communicate to ICE on the same radio channels that MPD uses. And so that was a flag for us. And then also there's this question of MPD's obligation and mandate to also act as bystanders when they're seeing federal agents that they're inviting into our communities cause harm. So what does the role of bystander intervention play? And what does the role of de-escalation play for MPD officers toward federal agents? Just wanted to name those two things.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for all the work you do. Mr. Sylvester, I'm very sorry to hear about the physical altercation with MPD and on your way to work. Were federal agents also present when you were arrested?
Yes, Park Police was one of the officers who had slammed me up against the car, and IRS and Park Police were among the agents that brought me to the ground. But the arresting officer officially booked was from Metro Transit Police.
And were you ultimately charged?
Yes, I'm currently being charged with disorderly conduct.
Thank you. Ms. Landfield, what programs do you think the mayor should urgently increase funding for if their takeover continues throughout next year?
How long do we have?
Give me your top ones.
Okay, well, first of all, we need to decrease the carceral and policing budget to minimize criminalization, harassment, and surveillance. And then we can invest that savings in the safety net. We can invest in housing security and stability. We can invest in food security. We can reverse the cuts to Alliance. We can be sure that workers are paid what they deserve and what they have been promised by past votes. Honestly, the list is super long. I know you're very aware of like what's awaiting funding in the contingency list. what didn't get enough funding last budget season. But it's just incredibly important that the budget does not, I can't say does not become, it already is a tool for the assistance in the repression and harm against our neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. Bahal. Really just want to say thank you for all that the Mutual Solidarity Migrant Network does. Migrant, yes. I mean, not just this year, but always. So thank you for your partnership in the community. Thanks to this panel. Our third panel is also here in person. When I call your name, please come forward to the witness table. Bill Medford, Executive Director of the Festival Center. Jacqueline Castaneda, DC Latino Caucus. Christina Roth, Senior Policy Associate, NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And Dante O'Hara, Public Witness. When you're ready, go ahead. Make sure to hit your button. There you go.
Thank you, Chair Nadeau, for your hosting this roundtable, allowing me to speak. Thank you for your leadership in Ward 1. My name is Bill Medford, and I am the Executive Director of the Festival Center located in Ward 1. And I'm also here representing the Washington Interfaith Network, for which we work in collaboration. Festival Center, as you know, is a faith-based community center, home to over 50 nonprofits and faith communities, and we average close to 5,000 people per month who walk through our doors. I want to share briefly some events chronologically that have impacted us as a community center this year. March 17th, with the help of MPD and the FBI, the Department of Government Efficiency took over the nonprofit U.S. Institute of Peace headquarters. This takeover of the facilities of the nonprofit sent a chill into the nonprofit community in DC, particularly those of us who thought we controlled our own facilities. The Festival Center was one of numerous organizations that sent a letter to Mayor Bowser and the Chief of Police to publicly state exactly who the MPD answers to and what the chain of command is. As far as I know, we have never received a response. March 26th, early that morning, I discovered a group of masked and armed people in Kevlar vests illegally parked in our parking lot. Some of the vests said Homeland Security Investigations, a couple said State Department, and a couple had no writing at all, so I didn't know what agency they were with or they were with the MPD. I respectfully asked them to leave, and they did because they had just finished debriefing an action at H.D. Cook Elementary School where they had attempted to kidnap a member of the school staff. Thanks to trained school staff and teachers, they were able to bring the staff member into the school safely. But because I did not know if the kidnappers were done with our neighborhood, I immediately started our safety protocols in the building. I will not share exactly what those protocols are in this forum because this is not a safe space. And I want to be clear why this is not a safe space. My concern is beyond the federal agencies orchestrating state-sponsored terror. My greatest concern is the ongoing collaboration by the Metropolitan Police Department and the complete lack of accountability of MPD by this body or the mayor. I will not share what our protocols are, and I will not share what groups are housed in our space or what events occur in our space. The ICE action on March 26th, though, was not the end of the story. For afternoon pickup at Cook Elementary, over 40 people showed up to protect students and their families from abduction, because Ward 1 is awesome. It's a reason why we're called Ward 1. Sorry. We also led a prayer walk around the neighborhood. We had people from all religious backgrounds and those who profess no religious faith that are all participating. It was beautiful. We sang songs, we gave testimony, we prayed prayers, we'd offered poems, And together we loudly proclaim that peace can only come from us knowing one another, caring for one another, supporting one another, and loving one another. We keep us safe was our mantra. In May, the husband of one of our staff was abducted out of his truck. She did not know this until some friends contacted her and let her know that her husband's truck was still located in the middle of the street. This began a 2-day-long saga, which has not ended, to locate where he was because they were not telling her or her family or her lawyer. We finally located where he was, and he unfortunately self-deported back to Guatemala. But it has created a great sense of trauma for her, her family, our staff, and everyone in our building. September 25th, out of nowhere, we had 7 unmarked cars and at least 1 MPD car parked in the middle of Columbia Road. Numerous police and DEA agents, many of them masked, and some armed with assault weapons, went into a residence a couple doors down from us. Although it took 2 hours to discover what was happening, they were there to shut down an illegal marijuana dispensary. I don't know why they needed that many people. But this action had all the markings of ICE kidnappings. During those 2 hours, we initiated our safety protocols, again, I will not describe. The police insisted they were there for legitimate purposes. However, if they were there for legitimate purposes, why did they wear masks? Why were some of them wearing assault weapons on their chests? And why were all of the agents and the police hateful and rude to the people who were gathered to defend the neighborhood? The week after this event, I was sent an email from someone with MPD to attend a training for faith leaders on how to respond to threats in our neighborhood. I frankly was shocked that the greatest cause of threats to our well-being and the well-being of all who enter the festival center was wanting to train me on how to respond to threats. I respectfully told them that their training should focus on how to respond to MPD, since they and their ICE collaborators are the greatest safety and logistical challenge I face on a daily basis. Oh, I'm way over. Let me
Yes.
jump to the end.
Yes, that would be great.
The
Thank you.
zinger. All right, the bottom line for us, for those of us in the festival center, is that MPD is not here to protect and serve. MPD works directly in collaboration with the forces that are terrorizing our neighborhoods and our people. This body and the mayor are failing in their jobs to hold the police accountable, and no one is holding the federal government to account. I do not know what will repair the broken relationships between the mayor and the council and the police and the people, but I can definitively say that I no longer look to these institutions for leadership when it comes to
Thank
public
you.
safety.
Thank
We keep
you.
us safe is not just a saying, it is a way of life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Please bear with me. This is actually a lot more challenging than I thought. But good morning, Councilmember Nadeau, and members of the committee. My name is Jacqueline Castaneda, a proud native Washingtonian, and of course, an honored daughter of immigrants, and I'm testifying on behalf of the DC Latino Caucus. First, I want to thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for your consistent leadership and for your unwavering commitment to protecting immigrant families in our city. At a time when fear has been spreading through our neighborhoods, your decision to hold this hearing reflects the kind of moral clarity and courage that our communities desperately need from those in power. Over the past year, I've watched our neighbors, community leaders, and organizations step up to defend immigrant families from ICE raids. They've organized rapid responses, showed up to check in on our neighbors, and help people know their rights. What we've been seeing in this room today is actually a small example of that effort. These are acts of love and solidarity, but they should not have to replace leadership. We need that same courage and conviction from our elected officials, starting with the mayor, to end all collaboration with ICE once and for all. It's been deeply painful to receive videos of people being taken away from ICE in our own city, in broad daylight, where they are working, where they are just going home, dropping kids off at school. Many of us feel powerless in these moments, knowing that despite all the advocacy and supposed policies promised, our people are still being targeted. And at times, the decision for us as community leaders to step up also means that we're risking ourselves and our family for exposure and attacks. This is something that is weighed daily, but we obviously are still persevering on that end. For the Latino community and immigrant community, though, this reinforces the painful reality that safety in DC is conditional and representation still feels out of reach. As someone who lives in one of the neighborhoods most affected, and as someone who has witnessed and has been affected by family separation personally, I want to speak honestly about how triggering and traumatic this has been. I felt it in my body, the anxiety, the helplessness, and the anger. How do we go from enacting policies that ensure safety, protection, and sanctuary for all DC residents despite their status to this? How do we go from passing the Local Residents Voting Act, which allows all non-citizens to participate in our elections, to this? As frustrated as I am, being here today, speaking alongside others, I have to feel hope that our words can move towards justice. Our message is simple, and I'm gonna apologize. We can't build a just city while our neighbors are being taken away. Leadership must step up. The mayor must act, and our government must prioritize the safety and dignity of every resident, regardless of immigration status. And again, Councilmember, I thank you for creating this space for truth and courage. And I hope it's the beginning of a city that finally stands without compromise for its immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Roth.
Chair Nadeau, my name is Christina Roth, and I'm a DC resident and senior policy associate here on behalf of the NAACP's Legal Defense and Educational Fund, or simply LDF. LDF was founded over 85 years ago by Thurgood Marshall, and we use the power of law, narrative, and research and people to advance humanity, dignity, and the rights of Black people in the US. Thank you for the convening of this roundtable and for the opportunity to testify today, and it's an honor to testify next to you. Reports indicate that nearly 40% of the 3,550 arrests recorded in DC between August 11th and when the president declared a so-called crime emergency in DC through September 29th were immigration related. We joined here with many in deep concern for the life-altering harm caused by the surge in immigration enforcement and policing, and urge you to protect DC residents from unwarranted harassment and abuse. DC City Council must take measures to prohibit the DC Metropolitan Police, or MPD, from providing assistance to Immigration's custom enforcement officers as permitted in Chief Smith's August 14th executive order. The council and the appropriate city agencies must make public data provided to the mayor and the council under the Sanctuary Values Act, and provide resources and guidance to families impacted by immigration arrests, detentions, and deportations. We also urge you to prevent MPD's use of failed broken windows policing tactics, such as patrols in metros for fare evasion, checkpoints for low-level traffic or immigration offenses, and sweeps of homeless encampments. Before the Trump administration deployed the National Guard and DC's increased cooperation with ICE and other federal agencies, DC was already heavily saturated with law enforcement, with more than 30 federal law enforcement agencies operating in the city, in addition to MPD. And Black people in DC have been disproportionately targeted for law enforcement actions. Between 2022 and 2023, MPD officers stopped about one person every 10 minutes in DC, 70% of whom were Black, even though Black people make up only 44% of the city. Black and Latino people in DC are also more likely to be entered into a gang database based on unreliable criteria, and due to this inclusion, subjected to increased surveillance and harsher punishment. 95% of people in DC's gang database are Black or Latino, and this criteria for entry into the database appears to be more a proxy for race and zip code rather than criminality. DC officers have entered people as young as 1-year-old in the database, effectively stigmatizing community members from birth. The database contributes to the false and harmful association of Black people with criminality and dangerousness that the federal administration has exploited to justify its law enforcement surges here and in other cities. The surge of federal and MPD officers has reinstated failed and harmful policing strategies that are best left in the past, such as aggressive policing for low-level offenses. In DC, the penalty for metro fare evasion usually results in a civil fine, yet incidents of people arrested for alleged metro fare evasion are subjected to police use of force during arrests and which has been well documented, including one incident where a person was slammed to the ground, dragged, and pepper sprayed. According to the Washington Post analysis, 1 in 12 arrests that have been for low-level offenses such as marijuana use, fare evasion, and traffic offenses during the surge. Even if charges are dropped, the psychological and physical harm from these encounters remain for the people directly impacted and the broader communities. Checkpoints have also been set up across DC in predominantly Black and Brown communities and places of entertainment. A checkpoint with mostly masked agents was set up in Ward 1 on the U Street corridor, causing fear amongst residents and patrons. Sweeps of homeless encampments have not decreased the unhoused populations, but have caused more hardship, trauma, and frustration for those who have been forced to move or lose their belongings. The sweeps disproportionately impact DC's Black residents. In one estimate, while Black people make up 44% of DC residents, as I stated, they comprise 87% of people experiencing homelessness in the district. Comments by judges during the criminal hearings about the officer activity during the surge illustrate the egregiousness of officers' actions. In one hearing for a man arrested on weapons charges, the judge remarked that the search was such, without a doubt, the most likely illegal search the judge had ever seen in his life. Another arrest was described as lacking basic human dignity. We urge you to protect DC residents by discouraging policing of low-level offenses that harm DC's most marginalized communities, and MPD's cooperation with ICE, and pass measures to provide additional resources for unhoused residents, like continued investment in housing first policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Thank you, Chairperson Nadeau, and to the rest of the committee for hosting this important roundtable on potential human rights violations that are going on and still occurring during the federal occupation of the district. And apologies, I have a little bit of a lisp because I have dental surgery right now. So, my name is Dante O'Hara. I am here in my own capacity as a proud community member in the Columbia Heights neighborhood of Ward 1, located on Newton Street between 14th and 16th Street Northwest. I have lived in this neighborhood since 2021, and I've never experienced such terror and harassment against my neighbors that I've experienced since the Trump occupation began in early August of 2025. I remember one of the first nights of the occupation on August 12th. Dozens of masked ICE agents alongside MPD, CBP, and HSI has swarmed onto residents in a show of force on 14th and Spring Road Northwest. As soon as the incident happened, which was a middle-aged Black man accidentally running his bike into an MPD cruiser, which was blocking the southbound pathway on 14th Street, MPD officers were taking orders directly from federal agents, particularly in this case, CBP. As the incident carried on, more neighbors came out with their cell phones and shouted the agents down until they left. And this was just the beginning of the wanton terror on the Columbia Heights community. A few days later, on August 17th, a block north of Newton Street on Meridian, ICE agents began staging in the Trinity AME Zion Church parking lot. Neighbors, including myself, recorded and shouted at them as more and more unmarked vehicles and masked ICE agents began pulling into the unpaved parking lot. And while I was recording, the leading ICE vehicle had a PA system attached to it, and the driver began taunting me as if it was wrong for me to record him. And eventually about a dozen neighbors showed up and shouted the ICE agents away as loud as possible to notify all the neighbors. Within a few days after this incident, about 10 ICE kidnappings took place outside of St. Stephen's Church on my block during a food distribution. This mass kidnapping terrorized the neighborhood and made most of us on alert to the ICE terror taking place on our neighborhood block. On August 20th, on the way to grab my morning coffee at Lake Caprice before work, about a dozen masked ICE agents were staging in the firehouse parking lot on the corner of 14th and Newton Street. This made a lot of neighbors on Newton, including myself, extremely irritated that the firehouse would allow federal agents to stage in their parking lot. To be honest, I confronted the firehouse leader and told him that we should not be allowing ICE agents to come into our neighborhoods and public spaces if they're planning to terrorize DC residents, even if it's for bathroom use or breaks. DC should absolutely have a policy similar to what Chicago just did in creating ICE-free zones, where ICE agents will be restricted from using city property and private businesses that participate in the program. I also want to note that the workers at Lake Caprice on the same corner of the firehouse are absolutely terrified. One of their workers told me that she is afraid to walk her daughter to school in fear of being kidnapped in front of her daughter and not wanting her daughter to experience that trauma and terror. I also know, and I know I'm over time, and I wonder if I can request another minute. Okay, sorry. I also know that I've been participating in a weekly picket in front of the Target store on 14th and Irving Street Northwest around a boycott that's been led by African-American clergy. We have noticed MPD and federal agents harass delivery drivers on mopeds on several occasions, in addition to a large number of Latino vendors no longer showing up on the street with some of them even kidnapped. The same coalition, including Reverend Graylin Hagler and Reverend Patricia Fears, came out with a letter in August signed by dozens of pastors in the district to prevent federal law enforcement from using houses of worship grounds.
Thank you, Dante.
I'm gonna say one more thing. Okay, wait. So there was one incident in near the 7-Eleven on 14th Street, near Lyman's, and kind of both related. So there was a stop and frisk incident that I noticed that I also had notified your office, where MPD agents, along with FBI, on September 4th, I have a date here, were frisking a man that had just thrown away an empty alcohol container, literally digging through his hair and his pockets and threw him in the paddy wagon. And when I had asked where the man was being sent to, the leading MPD agent or officer said, "I don't gotta tell you shit." And that just told me the whole situation right there. So yeah, there's plenty more here that I included in my written testimony, so I'll end with that. But I'll just say that our dear friend Arturo Griffiths, who just left us a few months ago, would be very disgusted and enraged by what is happening to our immigrant and Latino community in this district, and also including Black youth. So thank you.
Thank you, Dante. When, Mr. O'Hara, when you confronted the fire chief about providing a space for ICE, how did they respond?
He honestly didn't give a shit. It was me and another neighbor. Sorry, excuse me. I know I'm on camera. So yeah, so we confronted him. We went to the station itself. It was me and another neighbor, and said we live on the block. We appreciate what the firefighters do, obviously, and we knew that the city firefighters were in a contract negotiation with the mayor in the moment when the occupation was happening. And I was like, your money's being stolen right now through this $1 billion cut that the Congress has took from the city. And you're basically giving your space away to the people that are being funded with that money, basically. And his argument was that we allow National Guard and other federal forces to sleep here and use the restrooms during like big demonstrations. But I was like, this is totally different than like a March on Washington or some other situation happening. These folks are literally kidnapping people that we should be helping and working with. And they're not from here. Like, get the hell out of our city. So
Thank you. Thank you, Dante. Ms. Roth, of course, I'm familiar with the gang database. How are you seeing it being utilized now? You're talking about MPD's gang database, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And how are you seeing it being utilized now?
I think that we don't have information that's public yet, but I can respond to your office later.
Super. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Castaneda, thank you very much for your testimony. I truly appreciate it. Mr. Mefford, you're deeply involved in the Ward 1 community as well. What is the sentiment of residents on the broken trust with MPD right now?
I think as I shared, I just think there's been a loss of leadership. I mean, there's such an opportunity for the council and the mayor to come out and really provide unity among people by just simply standing up against ICE and the designs that Trump has for the city. And I just think that that was an incredibly missed opportunity to bring unity. And instead, folks really, they don't spend a lot of time griping about the council or the mayor, but they also don't spend any time looking to the council or to the mayor. They spend most of the time trying to figure out ways. And it's really, it's a beautiful thing that's happening in the midst of all the terror. That people are really coming together and doing things and finding out and discovering one another and doing things that they never knew that they had possible, that they knew were possible. I hear that all the time. It's unfortunate. I mean, beyond unfortunate that people on a daily basis, and I see them, I work the front desk at the festival center most of the time. And I see people come in and they are exhausted and they are feeling all kinds of terror. And there are these events that Dante has shared happening daily.
Yeah.
I just say this. My colleague's wife this morning was assaulted by an ICE agent because she was filming, and she was on the sidewalk, the person came and shoved her. And it's just like, why is this happening? And why isn't more than just local folks with phones standing up to this kind of bullying?
Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next panel, also in person, includes Nadia Salazar Sandi, organizer with Colectivo de Familias Migrantes, Lenny Gomez with Colectivo de Familias Migrantes, Oliver Marino, Immigrant Legal Resource Center, and Eliza Cava.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for hosting this very needed roundtable on human rights violations. My name is Nadia. I'm a co-organizer with Colectivo. Well, I'm also a senior campaigns manager at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, a very proud Bolivian and a parent. Since the inauguration, the current administration in DC has faced targeted attacks on our immigrant communities all over DC. There's also been a heightened criminalization of Black, Brown, and Indigenous youth. DC immigrant residents and diverse communities have been disproportionately discriminated against and criminalized by the Trump administration and by its deportation machines with no signs of stopping. Along with this aggressive enforcement, the mayor moved to remove the Sanctuary Values Act under the Budget Support Act. Alliance goes unfunded, curfews were placed, and encampment clearings increased. These attacks are inhumane too. Laying this foundation, let me just share one story of one family. They choose to remain anonymous for obvious reasons. This family has been so traumatized, they have lost 6 family members to the kidnappings. They arrived here, as they like to say, with a dream and seeking safety 10 years ago. Their family was directly impacted by gang killings and threats of kidnappings. They're now reliving the same threats of kidnappings under a different gang called ICE. Fleeing violence, they relocated to DC where they found community and grew their family, a place they call home. They also sought out safety through humanitarian visas and were continuously denied through Trump 1.0. While they have finally accessed the work permit, they remain uncertain of this new humanitarian pathway, if it will be approved or denied. They're also survivors of violence after leaving work in 2023. The family's ordeal began in May while they planned a joyful celebration, a wedding. These masked monsters took the husband to be the day before the wedding, leaving a child, a family, and an empty table that day. That same week, a cousin was taken on the way to work, another broken family. It escalated in June when their cousin, who had a scheduled routine ICE check-in, was disappeared by ICE. Just 2 months ago, another cousin on his way to work was taken by ICE near 16th, leaving a car running and another empty seat. To this day, they do not have any information of his whereabouts. A month ago, ICE took their nephew and deported him immediately. He landed home confused because he does not know anyone over there, all in one family. They highlight the increased security they take with each other. They tell me their children haven't seen each other, even though they frequented each other's homes because they don't want to be outside. Rock Creek Park, which was once a place of safety and play and a haven in the forest for the adults and the kids alike, hasn't been visited all year. They do not touch 14th Street due to the numerous checkpoints and enforcement there. The family is a clear example of the nearly 95,000 immigrants who live here. Whether you're a citizen or not, folks are taking extra measures. As a person who has survived state-sanctioned violence myself, an unjust arrest just for exercising my First Amendment rights, this is not just triggering, but it's incredibly dangerous. I'm a citizen now. I walk with my passport in hand. I'm a parent, and I can't fathom being separated from my 3-year-old and I can't imagine other 3-year-olds that have to face this. My mother-in-law, who cleaned homes of these same agents for 30 years, is shaken by the idea of coming outside. She's a proud Afro-Latina, and she knows she's a target. My parents walk with a fear I've never seen before, passport copies in hand, and a prayer that nothing will happen to anyone in our family. I've seen our federal tax dollars sit in corners for 4 to 5 hours on end. I have seen how agents have shot unarmed Black people. We just saw this yesterday with the new press conference, right? I have seen agents load up war weapons while they gas up their vehicles and mock me while I clearly shake in fear, because these same weapons have been pointed at us in our homelands and now in the place we call home. These are terrifying tactics and are the beginnings of a fascist regime. At this time, we gotta stop it. We don't need surveillance, we need investment. As a prime example, today on my way in, I saw another stop happen. I could do absolutely nothing. Kept driving with my hands shaking just to come ask you, are you going to do something to stop this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Gomez.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for hosting this roundtable. It's my honor to represent Colectivo de Familias Migrantes. Our organization is a multicultural and multilingual political home for immigrant families in Washington, D.C. For the past year, I have received phone calls at all times of the day, mothers, wives, and children, recounting endless stories of their loved ones being disappeared silently. For generations, immigrants have been invisible constituents of DC, exploiting our labor, our stories, and our neighborhoods. Mayor Muriel Bowser previously rallied in our neighborhoods, labeling herself as a champion for immigrants, and today she betrays us, handing our community over to masked agents. Immigrants are Washingtonians. This collaboration is feeding Black and brown Washingtonians to jails and detention centers. For months, I have scrolled through numerous videos of violent arrests of my neighbors, agents calling us a piece of shit, forcefully stuffing us into unmarked cars. I've seen them chase cars and people down, even going as far as to running delivery drivers over. DC is our home. So we're here to ask Councilmember Pinto and Mayor Bowser to step up and hold a public hearing. I want to say, with the time that I do have remaining, that it has been so disgraceful to see how our vibrant community has turned into a mute community where our culture is being forcefully erased, where our communities cannot go outside. Papers do not matter when you look like me. Papers do not matter when I can't even go outside of my house. For years in DC, I have worked through various nonprofits. I have held youth groups for young children in Washington, D.C. And now I am too afraid to go out because I am being persecuted. Quiero dar un mensaje para todos los inmigrantes en D.C. Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Seguiremos peleando por nuestras familias. No estamos solos.
Thank you so much. Oliver Marino.
Good morning. My name is Oliver Merino. I work at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. I'm a member of the Colectivo de Familias Migrantes. As you've heard so far and will hear throughout the day, we are appalled, outraged, and angry at the collaboration between the Metropolitan Police Department and federal agents to conduct immigration raids and arrests in the district. In the last few months, we have witnessed our community members get abducted by federal agents in the streets, at their workplace, at their homes, outside of schools, at parks, and at traffic checkpoints. These arrests have happened in all wards of the district, in the middle of the day, and in all hours of the night. Meanwhile, our elected officials, and specifically talking here about Mayor Bowser, has tried to repeal the Sanctuary Values Act, a law that she herself signed in 2021. This law was created to prevent these types of abuses. Many of these immigration arrests have been photographed and filmed by community members who have been called to protect their neighbors and document human rights abuses happening in the district. In many of these arrests, the presence of MPD officers is clearly visible, often working hand in hand with ICE, CVP, HSI, and other federal agents. Why and how are MPD officers working with ICE and other federal agents on immigration arrests? How many ICE arrests have MPD officers been involved in or provided support? Why has the Chief of Police executive order has not been rescinded? This order allows MPD to share information with federal agents about a person not in custody, like in a traffic stop. Our community deserves answers and accountability and transparency. Thank you for this roundtable and offering a space for community members to share their experiences, but I can't help to see the empty chairs. Where is MPD leadership? Where is the mayor? We need a public hearing by the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee in order for MPD to testify on the ongoing collaboration with ICE agents. We demand answers. As an immigrant, walking in DC right now feels dystopian, knowing that police and federal agents can kidnap you and violate your human rights at any moment. They're trying to silence us, to make us hide, but we will not hide. We will not be silenced. We're here to share the reality that we're living with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stella.
Councilmember Nadeau, thank you very much for holding this hearing today. My name is Eliza Cava, and I'm a resident of Petworth in Ward 4, one of the most diverse parts of the city and full of immigrant families of all statuses. I am a grandchild and great-grandchild of immigrants and refugees, and I'm driven to be here by my Jewish faith and the great mitzvah of helping the stranger, for we were all strangers once. I want to share the stories of some of my friends who are unable to come themselves. They gave me permission to share their stories because they believe it is important that you hear what's happening to them in our city. First, I'll tell you about my friend M. Her kids are citizens. She and her husband are undocumented, but they have lived here 18 and 25 years respectively. They are hard workers, kind people, and adored by their neighbors. He plays soccer with all the local kids. She donates food to every school event. Yesterday, I accompanied her to help fix her healthcare paperwork in person. She hadn't wanted to go on her own because she told me, every time I go outside the house, my throat gets tight. I feel like I can't talk. This is because of the constant presence of immigration police in our neighborhood. The way they do it all along Missouri, Georgia, Kennedy, New Hampshire, 5th Street, Kansas, and the other corridors is that MPD drives in front, and behind them at a very tight distance roll 1 or 2 unmarked sedans full of flak-jacketed federal officers. I see these caravans almost every day on my way around the neighborhood. By the way, not having her insurance straightened out has cost my friend M about $300 out of pocket in the past week for medical costs for her kid. Next, I'll tell you about C. She and her husband both have pending asylum claims and are in court proceedings. But a few weeks ago, ICE agents waited for an hour or more in front of their house in the early morning and then tried to detain her husband right in front of C and their kindergarten-age daughter in the morning. MPD was there and all their federal agents who wouldn't identify themselves. Fortunately, she asked for a warrant, which they did not have, and he carries his asylum paperwork with him at all times, and so they let him go. Since that day, C is scared even to take out her garbage to the back alley. She told me she feels hunted. Their daughter, already shy and with a learning disability, has shown signs of trauma and terror ever since. I have another friend. I'll call her T. She's a DC resident. She grew up in foster care. She made her own way in the world. She runs a successful cleaning business, speaks English and Spanish, and helps all the people around her. T has 4 kids and a 5th on the way next month, all citizens like their mom. 2 weeks ago, she was driving her partner's car near her home and was pulled over by MPD. Behind MPD was one of the unmarked cars. ICE agents came out and asked for her papers. She said license and registration or immigration. They said both. As a reminder, she's a citizen. ICE asked her where her partner was whose car she was driving. She told them he was at work. The words that came next were chilling. Tell him we're looking for him. Her partner didn't come home and started sleeping at construction job sites as the weather turned cold. She is terrified to drive around in his car. For 10 days, he stayed away with their youngest boy crying for his dad each evening. Then, actually, I'll skip this part of the story. But what I will say, it's in my written testimony, is that T is not going to call the police. She's just not going to call the police. Anyway, she's now made an emergency plan. She's gone into hiding. She has a new phone number, a new apartment in Maryland, donated furniture so the police wouldn't spot her moving out of her apartment. Finally, her partner could come home from the cold and see his family, but now they're paying 2 rents. And she's planning to give birth alone next month because her partner is too scared to set foot in DC. T and her children are citizens. She runs a business. She's 8 months pregnant and deeply stressed out, which we all know is not good for her baby. We are just being over-policed in our neighborhood, both by MPD and by ICE together, and they should separate because of the loss of trust that MPD has had from the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this whole panel for all your testimony. Truly appreciate it. Thank you. Our next panel includes Rachel Johnston, Chief of Staff, DC Charter School Alliance, Carolyn Pryor, Empower Education, Frankie Sebron, Harriet Streams, Mariana Forrest, Public Witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Johnston. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the Chief of Staff at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local advocacy organization dedicated to supporting DC's public charter schools who serve nearly half of the district's public school students. This school year began under circumstances that were far from typical. The president declared a federal emergency in DC, just as students were returning to class, and the fear, anxiety, and disruption it created have had a lasting impact. As DC saw an increase in federal law enforcement presence, some schools saw declining enrollment as families decided to leave the district. Too many students, particularly our Black and Brown students, have been afraid to come to school as they worry about what may happen when they leave their homes. Some students whose families have resided in the district for generations have been stopped and questioned by federal agents. A few schools have shared that members of their community, including students' caregivers, have been detained. Since late last year, the DC Charter School Alliance has been preparing for the impact of the federal administration's transition. After the 2024 election, we began partnering with IUTA, Amica Center for Immigrant Rights, the Central American Resource Center, also known as CARICEN, the ACLU, American Immigration Lawyers Association, local attorneys, and the DC chapter of the Phi Beta Sigma fraternity. With their guidance, we've hosted numerous conversations with school leaders and created several resource and best practice lists, which we've continued to update regularly. These lists include legal services, mental health supports, training, and relevant guidance and procedures for schools. After the federal emergency was declared in August, we quickly hosted 4 Know Your Rights trainings offered in multiple languages, which provided important information to more than 200 middle and high school students, adult learners, and school staff. These sessions focused on understanding legal rights and identifying safe ways to respond when those rights are violated. We deeply appreciate the work of our partners for their care and expertise that they brought to this work. Our schools have stepped up in extraordinary ways to support their communities. In recent weeks, schools have organized walking buses, carpools, and safety patrols, raised funds for legal support, provided food and clothing to impacted families, and even escorted students home to ensure they arrive safely. They are committed to ensuring their communities are cared for and safe. Unfortunately, our schools have also witnessed deeply troubling incidences involving federal and local law enforcement near school grounds, even after the federal emergency ended on September 10th. For example, in late September, at least 9 officers from MPD and federal agencies that included Homeland Security and the FBI arrested 2 young Latino men directly in front of students and staff during dismissal at an elementary school in Ward 5. School staff who exercised their First Amendment rights by filming the incident were threatened with arrest. As recently as last week, federal agents conducted another arrest across the street from the same school during morning drop-off, this time without MPD present. A similar incident occurred outside of Ward 4 public charter school. Federal agents and MPD officers came during after-school pickup and detained 2 young Latino men, one a former student who was picking up his sibling. An agent used physical force to remove one from a car in front of staff, students, and families. A staff member attempting to protect the student was pushed by an agent. Eventually, the 2 men were released. Students and staff in each of these situations were left shaken. School leaders are now questioning whether calling MPD in an emergency could make communities less safe. What's most concerning is the lack of clarity about MPD's role. While the mayor has stated that immigration enforcement is not what MPD does, what schools are witnessing on the ground tells a different story. We recognize the unique position the council, mayor, and her administration hold in balancing local authority with federal oversight, and we appreciate the continued leadership and commitment to protecting the district's autonomy. But that autonomy must not come at the expense of the safety and well-being of district residents. As we share in the letter signed by 60 LEAs we sent to the DME, DMPSJ, and the Chief of Police in mid-October, we urge the city to take the following actions. First, engage directly with school leaders to align efforts and establish clear protocols that protect students' safety and dignity. We've been working with DME, DMPSJ, and the MPD to set up a conversation with a few of MPD's commanders and hope this is just one step to rebuilding trust. Second, issue consistent, clear guidance protecting children and families from immigration enforcement on and near school grounds. Third, reaffirm community policing practices that build trust and reject federal collaboration that undermines it. And fourth, provide dedicated funding and strategic support to schools bearing unplanned costs for safety, mental health, and legal support services. We are committed to partnering with the city to ensure every child in DC feels safe, supported, and valued. Thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Good morning, Chairwoman Nadeau and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at EmpowerEd. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of our school communities. I think we would all agree that schools should be a place of joy, safety, learning, and support. And for students across the city, despite the erosion of our city's relative sovereignty, this continues to be the case. But it is also true that maintaining those safe spaces is increasingly difficult for teachers, parents, and community members. On a daily basis, we see incidents of law enforcement, both federal and local, who traumatize and harangue our residents. I've certainly seen it in my own neighborhood in your ward, where masked agents from perhaps a dozen federal law enforcement agencies, who sometimes refuse to identify themselves or their agency, patrol our streets alongside MPD early in the mornings and late in the evenings. Across the city, I have heard from schools where National Guard presence, despite polite requests from school adults to relocate during arrival or dismissal or remain off campus, imposes fear in students, and work with teachers who have had National Guard staged directly on campus. I speak with students who have dozens of questions about how safe they are in their neighborhoods or when they step foot off campus. And although some of our schools have issued guidance to students, many feel that their hands are tied to do so. I'm in connection with communities where MPD has assisted ICE with detainments directly in front of school grounds, or on multiple occasions, called dozens of officers to deal with 1 or 2 students. I'm in community with teachers stretched to the breaking point as they juggle the usual demands of the school year, alongside heightened fear for their students and families. I speak with educators and community members who have seen somehow an increase in over-policing and criminalization of youth and community members. In some cases, only leaving youth be once young people have asserted their legal rights. These are not isolated incidents, and they are happening across all 8 wards. To be clear, human rights violations by law enforcement in DC is not new and is not limited to federal law enforcement. We could argue that to simultaneously uphold the DC Human Rights Act and law enforcement, as it stands, is an incompatible goal when a primary tenet of the system is profiling and targeting Black, brown, immigrant, and queer bodies. And I want to be very clear that in DC, the students I am hearing from, the parents who are most concerned, the individuals that communities rise in defense of, are Black, brown, immigrant, and queer. We are unable to even clarify details of these incidents in the public record for fear of their safety, but I have and will continue to share with permission with council staffers. So at a minimum, we need you, our elected representatives and oversight agencies, to hold our city's leaders accountable. Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith must repeal their respective executive orders, which overcomply with the racist and hostile federal administration's initiatives well beyond legal requirements. Through their collaborations to date, it's clear that local and federal law enforcement are not meeting the requirements of the DC Human Rights Act, and although the Office of Human Rights has no authority over federal agencies, so long as local law enforcement collaborates with federal agencies, then MPD and affiliates will exacerbate these violations. It's time to revisit the language of our Sanctuary City Values Act to affirm it and expand it to ensure that MPD denies collaboration with ICE, but also other federal agencies that act in a similar capacity. We firmly support all demands of the Colectivo de Familia Migrantes and also of the Black and Brown youth, over 60 of whom met at the end of August and put together 9 demands for their safety to you, their elected leaders. I'll uplift a few. First, to ban MPD from collaborating with federal agents in spaces that are intended to be safe for them, such as schools, places of worship, recreation spaces, and daycares. And one that our teachers have demanded since January, and one that we put together a letter with 700 community members and sent to council, sent to the mayor, which has since gone unanswered, to permit and require schools, all of our schools, to issue guidance and safety plans. The mayor has refused to answer in good faith to community members who are in active danger, but she is less able to refuse you. We urge you and your colleagues to move us past a dangerous status quo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frankie C. Brown. I'm a third generation Washingtonian and the program manager at Harriet's Wildest Dreams. It's been 80 days since the occupation, and today MPD is still in cahoots with federal agencies. It is abhorrent that since August, this city and this council has provided essentially nothing but lip service and frankly complied in advance with the demands of a rogue and fabricated dictator. We sit here essentially idly by while the democracy that you say you stand for crumbles under the rubble of the East Wing of the White House. You should be ashamed. We should all be ashamed for the lack of sense of urgency right here in our backyard and the perceived seat of power our electeds have refused to grow a spine in the face of fascism. My words are harsh, but the reality of the impact of the people that's happening to the people of DC is even harsher. The reality that Black folks and migrants face in this city is the harshest. You get to go home to your children and loved ones while families are torn to shreds, while schools are terrorized, while entire blocks are filled with militant teens with guns who just so happen to pick up trash because there's nothing better for them to do. Holding MK-17s, and yes, I'm talking about the National Guard. The data does not lie. Courtwatch DC has observed criminal legal proceedings for the better of 5 years and witnessed a conveyor belt system that you call a justice system, moving people through like a checkout line, like a self-checkout line, broken, fractured, disenfranchised, just for this council to slowly chip away at our freedoms under the guise of safety. But let's be clear. Secure DC, Peace DC, youth curfews, sound ordinances have all paved a yellow brick road for fascism. No one mourns the wicked, and that you allow democracy to be eroded by turning tail to MAGA and Trumpism. Fascism will not concede, but neither will the people of DC. And that's proven here today by all the prior testimony. There is no more time for the indecision of this council, nor the compliance of the executive. And it's telling because where are the rest of your colleagues? It's telling because where is the mayor's office? Where are they? While you lavish in your stadium deals, you tell the people of DC to eat cake. Furloughs abound, SNAP extinguished, and you say, let us eat cake. Again, the data doesn't lie. And what we have unequivocally concluded is that this council has paved the way for this authoritarian federal administration to run wayward at the expense of our people. Since occupation, and yes, DC is occupied and disenfranchised territory. Since occupation, there has been a 59% increase in the average number of loved ones going through arraignment court, 101% increase in drug-related arrests per day. Low level, we're talking about marijuana possession, 101%, y'all. 70% increase in the average number of pretrial detention requests, 50% increase in the average number of pretrial detentions requests granted. So then the USAO is saying lock more people up, and judges are doing it. Constitutional violations, limiting judicial power, overreach of the unqualified and unequipped United States Attorney's Office. Judges have said themselves, and I quote, "These cases are going nowhere. It's a waste of the court's time." Judge Ross, August 2025. "I am forbidden from ruling on the Fourth Amendment violations, and this is very clearly a Fourth Amendment violation. Because I found probable cause, I have to hold you." Judge Raymond, August 2025. "I am required to grant this hold. I have no discretion." The USAO used to exercise discretion and sometimes ask for holds and sometimes not ask for holds, depending on the situation. But now they ask for holds in every case, regardless of circumstance. Judge Herman, October 2025. "What more will it take for you to see the writing on the wall? Do something. Either get with the people or fall with the empire. For the sake of yourselves, for the sake of the city, residents, you have to hold to the duty of your office and be on the side of justice, true justice. In your actions and your policy, denounce all forms of fascism. Fight with us, y'all, or get to the side." And this is the last thing I want to add. Since August, MPD has been collaborating with federal agents on harassing young Black men in specific housing complexes in Southeast. They are jumped out in dozens doing illegal searches, ignoring young people's rights and attempting to criminalize them and scare them for simply being outside in their own communities. These were happening 3 to 5 times per day. Not as often, but they're still happening. Y'all gotta do something.
Thank you. Marianne Forrest. Good morning. My name is Marianne Wood Forrest, and I'm here today to speak as a proud 16-year resident of DC, a parent of 2 DCPS students, and as an advocate for those members of my Ward 4 community who cannot be here to speak in person themselves. On an evening in early September, I gathered with friends to go for a walk in a Ward 4 neighborhood. Shortly after we set out, we stumbled into a traffic enforcement situation that appeared to be evolving into an immigration detainment. As concerned community members, we halted our walk and turned our attention to documenting and monitoring the situation. According to the resulting report from the local ANC, this incident began when MPD officers observed a vehicle rolling through a stop sign and initiated a routine traffic stop. According to Chief Cop of the Metropolitan Police Department, federal agencies, including FBI and CBP, were already operating in the area as part of ongoing crime suppression teams. He explained that these multi-agency teams have been expanded under current federal enforcement priorities and regularly operate together, which is why multiple federal vehicles are already present when traffic stops such as this occur. While MPD handled the initial traffic violation, CBP was simultaneously conducting their own concurrent investigation. In this instance, based on their investigation, CBP determined grounds for immigration-related detention and took custody of an individual. The ANC reported that the legal basis for how CBP can turn a routine traffic stop into a concurrent immigration investigation without independent cause is something Chief Cop could not address. This is primarily someone else's story to tell, but a small part of it is also my story. I witnessed government agents take a father away from his family in the dark of night while I stood by helpless. I then had to explain this to my 9-year-old son because his best friend happened to walk through the situation on his way home from a play date, and I wanted my son to hear the appropriate details from me before he heard it as playground gossip. My 4th grade gossip was not about parents disappearing overnight.
was yours. I hugged a child as she processed as best she could the fact that her father, her primary caregiver, was placed into a border control vehicle and whisked off to a detention center in Virginia. He remains there today. I repeatedly said that my overwhelming feeling during this incident was that someone needed to call the adults, as what was happening in front of me seemed so unbelievably callous and unnecessary. So today I call on you, as the proverbial adults in the room, to take these testimonies to heart and do what you can to stand up for our neighbors, our communities, and the vulnerable among us before it is too late. I ask that Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith repeal their respective executive orders. In addition, I ask that Mayor Bowser revisit and fully enforce sanctuary city status to make our city once again welcoming and safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all so much for your testimony. I just have a couple questions. Ms. Johnston, you suggested funding and strategic supports to schools to cover unplanned costs for safety, mental health, and legal support services. Do you have a sense of what the costs have been to schools so far for these services?
So I think it varies by school, but we heard from one school, for example, that they're trying to get students to and from school in a more strategic way, and they're spending over $20,000 a month.
Wow.
On transportation. Transportation is expensive. And so in order to get students out of their homes and into school, that is the only way they've been able to do it. That's just one example. So I think it's varied. We've seen schools spend funds on food and other resources for families. And so I think a real thoughtful conversation with our school leaders about what might be needed, grant funding, things like that would be really helpful.
You also said you've been working with the deputy mayors, 2 deputy mayors and MPD to set up a conversation. What's the response been so far?
They're working to get a date set for the meeting. We don't have a confirmed date yet, but we have a commitment for that meeting.
Okay. Ms. Pryor, you recommend expanding the Human Rights Act in your testimony. What area do you suggest?
Expanding the Human Rights Act or the Sanctuary City Values Act.
Oh, did you say the other?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So as far as I can tell, the actual language of that piece of legislation says that MPD will not collaborate with ICE. What we have seen and what is also true in the mayor's executive order is that there are other agencies which are acting as immigration enforcement and are frankly just acting in excess. And so we need to expand the language beyond just ICE because we have seen other agencies, other federal agencies be deputized towards those purposes. We also know that when we are collaborating with federal law agents, the situation in the courts is exacerbated as well. And so we really, really need to be sure that the Sanctuary City Values Act actually meets the needs that we are seeing. We have to revisit this. This is a different situation than the first Trump administration.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Give you the hook.
Okay, the next panel includes Leah Tribbett, Chad Oliver, Amy Gato, and Derek Floyd, Director of Crowns, Inc. Are we missing someone? Okay, I'm gonna try to fill that seat. Is Hayden Long here? Or Tariq Herencia? KT Beckman Gotrich? Great. Very good. Go ahead. Thank you. Oh, please push your button and you can start over. There you go.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Leah Tribbett, and I am a current resident of DC in ANC 1B within Ward 1. I am here today to demand that DC leaders protect families, not feds, by investing in people and communities, not in the harassment and brutality continuing to sweep through our streets as a result of local MPD collaboration with federal enforcement. There are a lot of identifiers I could give myself here for how I show up within my community, but neighbor is the strongest one because that's who this is about, our neighbors. And every single day, I'm watching my neighbors be harassed, assaulted, and kidnapped. I, and many others present and not present today, could fill our entire time together and still not recount every instance of brutality that we've seen. Parents ripped away from their children on their way to school, people being dragged out of their cars through a smashed window, elders being grabbed from bus stops, teenagers tackled to the ground. We've seen convoys of MPD, Border Patrol, and FBI and HSI circling elementary schools at dismissal, agents grabbing people picking up groceries for their families, ICE idling on corners near churches, and more than I have time to recount. For myself, I've been harassed, threatened with arrest, and even grabbed and shoved by law enforcement from across several agencies simply for documenting these incidents, reminding my neighbors of their rights, and asking for their contact information so they can't be disappeared. And present at each of these interactions, masked federal agents refusing to identify themselves or present a warrant. MPD officers sitting in a car with, just yesterday, FBI agents, ducking to hide their faces or moving their hands to cover their name tags once they see someone with a camera or phone. Though Bowser has said that MPD would not be working with ICE, we've seen them present at active ICE detentions or even stopping people for things like expired tags and then handing them over to ICE. I personally was told by a D3 MPD captain that MPD is present at every single incident that involves a federal agency, which includes ICE, showing that Bowser's words were empty. I chose to identify my main role as a neighbor because that's most important to me right now, but I'm also Jewish and Indigenous, both of which inform my perspective on what's happening in DC because these are things that my family has been through before on both sides. The best time for council to have acted would have been, quite honestly, months ago. The second best time for council to act is now. Our current demands for keeping our neighbors safe and our communities intact are to end the MPD and ICE collaboration, full stop. To share the information on how many people are being abducted and the conditions of where they're being held, to work to make the takeover more difficult by, for example, repealing fare evasion, develop processes and guidance for community-funded services that are not accessible to the mass agents in our communities spreading fear and violence. The American flag can never be large enough to cover the shame of what's been happening in our city. It's an adapted version of the famous Howard Zinn quote that keeps coming to my mind. But we can work to end the never-ending violence on our streets by actively choosing to protect our neighbors instead of the federal agents. This roundtable must not be the end of the work. It must be the catalyst that brings even more people into it. Our neighbors deserve safety and the ability to live their lives without the fear of being assaulted and kidnapped, and we owe it to them to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm a resident of Ward 4, a tenant and migrant justice organizer, and I currently participate in community watches in my neighborhood. The goal of these watches is to be a witness to detentions and/or arrests in our community and assure that the person's civil rights are being respected and that a detainee is provided with the services they need while being detained. From participating in these activities, I have witnessed many disturbing and cruel actions of federal government and the MPD who willingly aid and abet these activities. I've seen park police and Homeland Security pull husbands and fathers out of cars with shattered windows while their wives and daughters cried from sorrow and fear. Why? An illegal right turn maybe, or a broken light, or simply because they are brown. I certainly don't know, but I imagine it's the last. I've seen the terror on a young man's face as he lay on the ground, surrounded by ICE for the apparent crime of waiting for the bus to take him to work. I've seen CBP agents at metro stations, accompanied by MPD, harass young men as they sit and look at their phones. And just this morning, while getting coffee on my way to this hearing, I witnessed ICE jump a man just for walking down the street. They are harassing our neighbors of color, they are tearing our families apart, they are traumatizing our children, and they are terrorizing our communities. While other states' leaders have shown strength and resisted federal takeovers and kept its citizens informed of the realities being visited on our communities, our leadership has remained restrained and silent. Our mayor has capitulated and accepted everything this administration has handed to her and lied into our faces in the process. Mayor Bowser may not wish to do anything about this, and in fact, it appears that she welcomes this. But Counselor, you can do something about this. I appreciate that you have called this meeting. It has been needed for a long time now. but the residents of DC need more from you and the other members of the council. We ask for an end of the MPD ICE collaboration, which includes all federal agents deputized to do immigration enforcement duties. We ask that you rescind the chief of police's order permitting data investigation for ICE, transporting ICE agents, and transporting individuals for release to ICE. And we ask that you pressure fellow Councilwoman Pinto into convening a public hearing under the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety to demand answers from the MPD leadership on questions around the extent of collaboration with federal agencies. And we ask that you find the strength to step out from behind the bureaucracy and legislative process and become a source of inspiration and strength for the people in this district. The terror being visited on our communities cannot be accepted or ignored. We are fighting. We ask that you fight along with us. Thank you.
Councilperson Nadeau, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy. I'm a proud community member living in Ward 4. I'll begin by sharing the story of an undocumented neighbor and dear friend of mine who has been thrust into survival mode after decades of calling Washington, D.C. her home. She is so terrified of being ripped apart from her children, all U.S.-born citizens, that she locks herself in her apartment for days on end. Unable to distinguish an Amazon delivery from federal agents, every time she hears a knock on a neighbor's door, she runs to her bedroom with her baby, bunkering down and praying ICE won't find her. When her baby experienced a series of serious health issues, she canceled necessary doctor visits for fear of being deported while walking to the doctor's office. And when her husband fled the city to escape the constant fear of detention, she struggled to provide food for her kids because leaving the house and getting a job was no longer an option. Unfortunately, the deep depression and paranoia that she's experiencing is not uncommon. As a friend, I would love to tell her that her fears of being kidnapped by ICE agents while simply walking down the street are unfounded, but I cannot, because I have witnessed countless ICE agents jump out on Latino community members making their way to work. I have seen countless ICE agents racially profile pedestrians. Just yesterday, I saw a gang of 7 ICE agents grab a man off the streets in Columbia Heights, only to leave him behind when they pulled his hood and realized he wasn't Latino. I would love to tell my friends that going to work is safe, but I cannot, because I have seen ICE agents grab a man loading boxes off the sidewalk during his shift at the grocery store. And I have seen ICE agents detain landscaping workers off private property without a warrant. And when there was a domestic violence incident in my friend's apartment building earlier this month, I would have loved to tell her that ICE agents would not accompany local police responding to the scene, but I could not, because I continue to see Customs and Border Patrol and Homeland Security agents present at MPD arrests. The last instance I witnessed was one week ago when a crew of MPD, FBI, DSS, HSI, and CBP agents arrested a woman for an open container in Georgia Avenue's Triangle Park. The same crew of local police and immigration officers patrol our neighborhood on a nearly daily basis, to the point where their faces and their vehicles are recognized by neighbors. Beyond suffering from excessive over-policing, community members constantly live in fear that a minor infraction will also result in deportation. We witnessed a particularly heart-wrenching example of this on October 3rd in the Noma Metro station. A Latina mother was waiting for the train when one of her 2 toddlers dropped a personal item on the tracks. She hopped onto the train tracks to recover the item, receiving a citation from Metro Transit Police back on the platform. The situation quickly escalated, and nearly 30 MTPD officers were present before hauling the mother off in a separate vehicle from her children. Once in custody, the woman was handed over to ICE agents. The ongoing collaboration with federal law enforcement agencies constitutes consent for racial profiling, increased jump outs, discriminatory over-policing, and curtailed due process rights throughout the district. I implore the council to recognize the severities of ICE's ethnic cleansing campaign in our beloved DC neighborhoods and stand on the side of families by urgently passing legislation to end MPD's collaboration with ICE. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilmember. My name is Katie. I'm a worker, parent, and neighbor in Ward 5. I'm here to speak to how federal forces and their coordination with local law enforcement affects me, my child, my family, and my community. I'm a queer immigrant kid and grew up with my multicultural family in apartments like the many youth of the impacted families live in now. I'm asking you as leaders to witness the harms they've experienced and not look away. My family members now each carry identification, including medical conditions and identity-specific considerations. I beg my little brown dad to let me know his comings and goings every day. I ask my tall white partner to accompany us on the way to school. One day, my daughter came home sobbing, "ICE is at school, ICE is at school. How are you gonna make sure they don't steal anyone?" Like many DC children, she doesn't feel safe around police. On my daily commute, I see Black and brown youth and parents stopped for fare evasion fines if they don't have their cards out in time. Neighbors are afraid to leave their homes for basic needs like medical appointments, school, and groceries. One child recounted knowing 8 deported family members and friends. Law enforcement officers are breaking traffic laws and causing accidents to chase down targets. Instead of feeling safe, we travel in fear of having to defend ourselves from officers criminalizing class, racial, and economic difference, not preventing crime. Sadly, law enforcement like MPD and transit police patrol with federal counterparts at their side and in their vehicles. So even if they are not sharing databases, they are sharing resources. We know families robbed of their breadwinners, unable to pay rent, buy groceries, or access resources to navigate legal, financial, or other systems that require documentation to prove need and status. These families are forced to make unfair choices like self-deportation to potentially unsafe or economically insecure settings. Some are detained as they try to support their loved ones at court or immigration appointments. These arrests illegally target our Black and brown neighbors. We must live our DC values and heal the root causes of poverty to prevent harm. Why are we allowing federal agents to steal our neighbors and sweep the city like mass Gestapo? We are asking for clear leadership, accountability, and immediate action. I echo Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid and Free DC's recommendations. I'll submit all of this in my written testimony. It is vital that council listen to the community members, including parents, students, teachers, and support community-based solutions to safety. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Just one quick question for Ms. Tribbett. When you were talking with MPD, were they able to tell you how MPD is notified or directed to attend those operations at all?
I remember the button this time. No, it was at an ANC meeting, and we were asking around the fact that we had seen federal agents operating with MPD, and we're asking if that was always the case.
Yeah.
And he said yes. And then someone asked if there had been an incident where, like, if FBI, for example, was alone, what does that mean? And he said, and I'm pretty sure I'm like almost directly quoting him, "You can email me the days and times, and I can just tell you we were there." But he didn't disclose how they are able to travel together. But we have seen them get in and out of the same cars, often unmarked cars, which implies that they are also coming from the same location.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. For our next panel, Hayden Long, Tariq Herencia, Hux Duffy, Robin Lip. And I'll keep going until I have 4 people. Okay. Michelle Chappelle, Paige Dennis, Ashley Anderson, what's your name? We can just go in the order you're seated, but just make sure you say your name because I called a lot of people and I need to figure out who's actually here. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Chappell, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a mother of 2 children, a 7th grader at DC International and a 4th grader at DC Bilingual. I'm the co-chair of the Free DC Congress Working Group, and we've been fighting against an unprecedented amount of legislative attacks on the people of DC, including attacks on our Sanctuary Values Act. I'm also on the executive committee of Ward 1 Democrats. We recently passed a resolution calling for the end of MPD cooperation with federal immigration enforcement, imploring the mayor and the DC Council to use their authority to protect DC residents from unlawful detainment. I want to thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for convening this roundtable, and I reiterate our demand for both more oversight and more action. DC is under occupation by forces that want to divide us along the lines of race, nationality, and language. But we will not be divided because we know that we all share the same human rights. That's what today is about. We all know that feeling safe leaving your own home is a human right. Going to school is a human right. Going to work to support your family is a human right. Receiving due process of law is a human right. Being presumed innocent until proven guilty is a human right. Speaking in your first language or in your second language with an accent is a human right. Existing while Black or brown is a human right. I would like to use the remainder of my time to share the firsthand account of another DCB mom who wishes to remain anonymous, who was present at one of several ICE actions that have happened directly outside our school. And while I read this, I'd like you to imagine yourself as an early elementary age student. On the morning of Wednesday, October 22nd, as I walked my young son and his friends to school at DC Bilingual, we witnessed the violent kidnapping of a man across the street from the school entrance. The children and I saw the panicked man running towards us down the street. He was aggressively tackled to the ground by multiple masked armed men who wore no badge numbers while others looked on. He was dragged off in handcuffs, put into one of several unmarked cars, and whisked away. He was not read his rights. This incident has terrified our children. They have expressed fear around who else might be taken and if they themselves could be taken. They asked why the man was taken away, and I had no reasonable answer to give them since I have the same question. Schools should be a safe space for children and families, full stop. ICE detention activities have been devastating for our school community, as well as for the broader neighborhood. And we ask that you take a stand with us and demand that this end. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Member, for holding this hearing. My name is Paige Dennis, and I am a community member from Ward 1. I have lived in DC for 6 years, 2 of them in Columbia Heights. I'm here to speak about my opposition to the collaboration between MPD and federal agents and the destructive impact federal agents have had in our community since the onset of the occupation of DC. Since August, I have personally seen at least a dozen immigration detainments in Ward 1, each disturbing and tragic. ICE has broken vehicle windows and forcibly pulled people out and snatched commuters off bikes that they left lying in the street. I have seen them detain people of color through racial profiling, swarm the neighborhoods around elementary schools at opening time, and target commuters at bus and metro stops. Local churches have been forced to set up patrols because, out of what can only be described as immense cruelty, ICE has targeted their food distribution programs and their parishioners returning home from services. Columbia Heights, a historically Hispanic neighborhood, has been hit especially hard. I have seen mornings where the same block sees 3 abductions within a couple hours. Food delivery drivers, once ubiquitous in the neighborhood, have all but disappeared. I'm among the many, many Columbia Heights residents who have asked ICE officers how they can live with themselves. I've been told in bluntly supremacist language that ICE is, quote, cleaning up the country and protecting it from criminals. How exactly can you know a detainee to be a criminal through a warrantless arrest triggered by the color of their skin and the white work truck they drive? And which is more criminal, attempting to go to work to feed your children or kidnapping someone off of the street? People across the district are living in fear. With roving bands of masked state-sanctioned kidnappers, a complete lack of restraint on targeted locations, and hundreds of abductions, many people are choosing to hide at home as much as possible. Those people are missing shifts and losing jobs, which is worsening the current eviction crisis. I call on the mayor and the council to end all collaboration between MPD and ICE, including joint traffic enforcement and data sharing, and to repeal the mayor's executive order. Additionally, I call on the city to enforce compliance with the Sanctuary Values Act and to enable DCPS to inform and protect the families of their students. The safety and stability of our city depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilwoman Nadeau. Last time I was here was during the struggle to keep Sankofa Bookstore open, and I appreciate the work that you do in the community. My name is Marawi Garima. I am an organizer with the DC Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. We had a press conference yesterday morning outside of MPD headquarters about an incident which happened on October 17th, in which federal officers with the Homeland Security HSI fired into the vehicle of an unarmed Black man in Benton Road. And MPD, who arrested him, left the shooting out of their report and their police report. They were later, the man's case was dropped when they were forced to admit under oath to a judge that, the arresting officer was instructed by his superior to omit the shooting from his report. This is a blatant cover-up, it's a conspiracy, it's illegal in so many different ways, and MPD is doubling down on refusing to release the body camera footage, which we know exists, and to do anything other than offer rhetoric around this case. So, I have some photos here of the man's, the car that was shot into, bullet holes in the window, bullet holes in the seat, the passenger seat. He survived miraculously. He wasn't hit, but if he had a passenger, they would be dead. I just want to say that I'll hand these to you when I'm done, but I want to say that, the most important aspect about this is that this is happening in an environment that Mayor Bowser has created in her ongoing policies of conciliation with the racist and reactionary Trump agenda. She cannot tell us that home rule is her North Star when actually she's not only not defending it, she's eroding it every time she rolls over to the federal government and to Trump and these federal officers. She hamstrings our ability to fight for home rule. The people fought for home rule and the people will defend it. If you look at Chicago, the reason they've been able to fight back so effectively is because they have a united front with the people and their elected officials, including the mayor. If they didn't, we wouldn't be hearing anything about their mayor. But they have politicians who are standing with them. And so to me, we want them to release the footage. Well, first I'll say we want all council members to stand with the people in that way, in the same way that they're doing in Chicago and other states around the country, because the people want to fight back and are fighting back. The first step starts with bringing Mayor Bowser to release the footage, to pressure them to release the footage, to pressure them to charge these officers and investigate the cover-up, because if they did it in this situation, they did it many times before. They did it with the confidence that comes out of repetition. And so not only that, we want an immediate end to this overall collaboration with the federal government that Bowser is doing. No amount of concessions that she makes will stop these racists in the White House from doing what they want to do. The only thing that will stop them is you all standing with the people.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Nadeau. Thank you for hosting this hearing and allowing me the chance to testify about what I've been seeing in my neighborhood. My name is Robin Lipp. I'm testifying as a DC resident and as the parent of a 16-month-old daughter, and as someone who has chosen to plant roots in DC because my wife and I loved the vibrant community we found here. After President Trump and Mayor Bowser began collaborating in August, I have seen a surge of federal law enforcement in my neighborhood. I have seen masked men with guns jump out of unmarked vehicles and snatch Latino workers off the street. I have seen armed federal agents stopping or detaining people with no apparent cause or for minor alleged infractions. In every case I saw, the people stopped or detained were not white and often not speaking English. And in virtually every case I've seen, MPD has been visibly working hand in hand with federal agencies. I have seen an MPD CBP detention in front of a school during school hours, and I have seen an MPD federal detention during school hours in a public park used by my daughter's daycare and several other daycares. Last week, members of my community witnessed federal agents throw a child, 13 years old, into the side of a brick row house. None of this makes me feel safer. The violence I see in my joyful and peaceful neighborhood is not coming from my neighbors. It's coming from Trump and Bowser's federalization of policing in my community. They are putting my family and neighbors at risk every day when heavily armed and sometimes combative federal agents escorted by MPD grab people off the streets and harass bystanders. It takes just one mistake by anyone in these situations to lead to tragedy. Because I have heard claims that MPD is no longer collaborating with federal law enforcement, obviously that's contradicted by what people are saying here, but I wanted to share a few recent experiences in more detail. I have personally seen at least 5 separate incidents with arrests or searches where there was visible MPD federal collaboration since the so-called emergency ended on September 11th of this year. On September 12th, while walking my daughter to school with my wife, I passed over a dozen officers, U.S. Marshals, Park Police, ICE, and MPD, entering and surrounding an apartment building in my neighborhood and then arresting several people who appeared to be Latino. On September 18th, on a walk in my neighborhood, I saw federal agents and MPD officers gathering at the entrance to a local business, entering together and emerging together with evidence bags. On September 22nd, on another walk in my neighborhood, I saw MPD team up with HSI, FBI, and other federal agents to arrest a Black man and escort him into an MPD cruiser. On October 7th, I saw MPD, FBI, HSI, and other federal agents arrest 2 Black people and search their cars together as a team. And on October 23rd, I saw CBP and MPD driving away in MPD cruisers and an unmarked CBP vehicle with a Black man they had just arrested together in front of a school during school hours. This represents just a fraction of the federal MPD policing that has been going on in my neighborhood. My request to the council is simple. Stop MPD from collaborating with ICE and federal law enforcement. Stop terrorizing our communities. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Okay. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Mr. Lip, when you observed these incidents, did MPD officers appear to be taking direction from the federal agents or acting as equal partners?
In the incidents that I observed, they appeared to be having conversations with each other and acting as partners, but I wasn't always able to hear what they were saying to each other.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time and your testimony. Okay. Our next panel includes Chris Magnuson, Brendan Troy, John Payne, and Catherine James. Okay. Is there anybody else in person here today that thought they were testifying but hasn't had their name called or missed their name being called? Did you want to come up? We have one more. Oh, wait. Is that? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, hello. Hello, my name is Chris Magnuson. I'm a community member of Ward 4. I'm deeply concerned about the over-policing of our community as federal agents collaborate with MPD on routine police matters. It's not only unnecessary, it's also detrimental to community members, public trust, and public resources. It is now common practice for police stops to be accompanied by 2 to 6 federal law enforcement vehicles. On multiple occasions, I personally have witnessed MPD leading these types of law enforcement partnership caravans in both marked cruisers and unmarked cars around Ward 4. I recently witnessed a federal agent needlessly escalate a situation involving 2 middle school students, and I'd like to share the story as an example of how the MPD collaboration with federal forces is having a negative impact on our community and particularly our children. Last week, a driver was arrested in Ward 4 during an evening commute in a quiet neighborhood. While I didn't witness the original arrest, it's what happened after that I most found alarming. As MPD waited for a tow truck to pick up the car of the detained individual, a crowd of neighbors began to grow. Law enforcement vehicles lined the entire block, making it difficult for traffic to flow, and accounted 4 uniformed MPD officers out of their cars, along with 12 federal agents, including FBI, IRSCI, and DSS, Diplomatic Security Service. At one point, an FBI agent checked a black bystander with his shoulder as he crossed the street, and then motioned for 2 middle school students who were filming the situation to move further up the sidewalk, away from the scene. He walked them back a few paces, and he did this twice as the students crept back closer to the scene. During the second walk back, he physically pushed these 2 Latino students, and the community members started yelling at the agent to leave the kids alone. And he walked away from the kids a few paces before abruptly turning around, chasing one down the street, claiming that this student had spit on him. MPD apprehended the other student and handcuffed him. This student was held for about 25 minutes before a family member was able to arrive. During this time, the crowd of neighbors grew to over 40, and tensions rose as people yelled for the federal agents to leave. The other student had been chased down, body slammed against a retaining wall, according to community members who saw it happen. I share my eyewitness testimony to not only highlight that MPD is working closely with federal agents, but also that escalating tactics of this FBI agent made the situation far worse. I ask, why would a traffic stop in a quiet neighborhood require such a large presence, a police presence? I could only see 1 to 2 MPD officers actually processing the original stopped vehicle and the minor who was left behind. Excuse me. While the vast majority of federal agents blocked traffic with their cars, stood around trying to manage an increasingly angered neighborhood that was sparked by the aggressive actions of this FBI agent. I urge the council to consider this overwhelming street presence as a tactic of intimidation, and it needs to stop. I also encourage we've also run the plates of many of these federal cars, and many of them have over $2,000 in speeding camera tickets and running red lights. I have personally seen federal agents run red lights as well, and I urge the council to investigate the video footage of these infractions, which could prove whether or not their lights are actually on as they terrorize our neighborhoods. Thank you.
I have 3 minutes. I will not waste my time on pleasantries. Please look me in the eyes and listen carefully as I say this with my full chest. Law enforcement officers are kidnapping and disappearing our neighbors, and DC MPD is directly collaborative and directly complicit. They are traumatizing and terrorizing our children. I will briefly summarize my firsthand account of indisputable facts for which I have clear video evidence. On October 23rd, around 5:30 p.m., I witnessed a collaborative, unnecessarily traumatic and violent detention of at least 2 children. A driver had been pulled over and profiled allegedly for expired tags. There was an incredible show of force that combined officers and vehicles from DC MPD, the Department of Treasury, FBI, and likely other federal agencies. There were a minimum of 8 vehicles and 15 fully armed law enforcement officers for a Hispanic man with expired tags on a residential street. A crowd of community members gathered, and LEO alleged that a child spit in their direction. He chased them down with other officers, slammed a 13-year-old child's head against a wall, causing significant injury, and proceeded to detain and interrogate the children separately and without adult supervision or medical attention in the middle of the street for at least 30 minutes. I walked one of those children home. We are still in touch. I do not know what is more chilling, the obvious lifetime trauma of this incident for this child, the overwhelming militarization of law enforcement officers for minor civil matters, or the fact that every member of government at every level is not putting their voices, reputations, and bodies on the line to prevent this. At approximately 7:15 a.m. on October 16th, I witnessed a start to finish abduction of 2 of my neighbors, 2 unmarked vehicles, and 4 masked thugs that refused to identify themselves, either unmarked or wearing ERO on their vest, pulled over 2 Hispanic men in a white work truck. They had committed no violation, were not informed as to why they were being detained, were not read their rights, and were handcuffed and forced into a vehicle. DC MPD did nothing to prevent these racially motivated kidnappings. Their current whereabouts are unclear to me. This hearing is on the topic of whether or not MPD is collaborating with federal law enforcement. We are so far beyond that point. There is an overwhelming amount of video evidence and direct testimony that this collaboration is happening. I need everyone in this room, everyone in this city, and everyone in this nation to realize what they are collaborating to do. They are collaborating to kidnap and disappear our neighbors and to terrorize and traumatize our children. Any public servant that fails to use every ounce of their power to resist, reverse, and seek justice for these abhorrent inhumanities will find themselves on the wrong side of history. This is not the time to stay in your lane. Any DC MPD officer that bears witness to the kidnapping and traumatization of our neighbors with no violation, charge, or due process and does anything short of directly intervening and protecting these community members by any and all means necessary will find themselves on the wrong side of history. And may anyone complicit lie awake at night, consumed by shame, guilt, and the knowledge that they will rot in infamy.
Can we just confirm your name, please?
Yes.
Are you Brendan Troy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Member Nadeau. My name is John Payne. I'm a born and raised Washingtonian, and I currently live in Ward 4. I'm here today to testify that I have seen MPD willingly and gladly collaborate with ICE and a host of other federal agencies in a coordinated campaign of harassment and terror, creating waves of trauma throughout our city, especially in our Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. One of the most horrifying aspects of the past few months is that ICE shows up out of nowhere, quickly grabs someone, and then disappears. One example was a few weeks ago when ICE abducted a contractor in my neighborhood. ICE agents pulled him over, grabbed him from his van, and fled the scene so fast the van was left running, blocking an alleyway. No police force should be able to make someone disappear like this. And this is something we see time and time again. Agents jump from an unmarked car, grab someone, throw them in the back, and then disappear before anyone can do anything about it. This is not justice. This is not due process. This is not keeping us safe. These are just like the jump outs that we have seen in DC for decades, perpetrated by MPD on our Black and brown neighbors, especially east of the river. Now, ICE is using these tactics. As a result, many of my neighbors, regardless of their status, are afraid to go to work, school, church, or even walk outside. After a similar incident, I was showing a friend where several unmarked cars had gone, pointing up one street and down another. As I did this, another car came along and watched us. It was an elderly Latino woman with a child in the passenger seat. She realized what was happening and what I was describing. She had a look of absolute terror on her face, more fear than I've seen ever in my entire life. I was able to signal to her that it was all clear, but I will never forget what she looked like in that moment. MPD has been complicit in creating this culture of fear. Several weeks ago, MPD felt the need to coordinate with ICE, FBI, and Border Patrol agents to arrest a man for public urination in my neighborhood. The man was calm and posed no threat, but he had close to a dozen heavily armed agents standing around him at all time. And he didn't deserve or need this treatment. What he needed was the anti-seizure medication his wife repeatedly tried to give him. None of the federal agents or MPD officers would let this woman give her husband some water and a simple anti-seizure pill. All of them that refused, no matter how time she or the community asked. As this scene unfolded, school started letting out. Myself, along with parents and neighbors, worked together so that none of the elementary school students had to walk by heavily armed officers alone. It is an outrage that children cannot walk home from school without seeing masked agents terrorizing their community. No child should have to experience this or ask to be so brave. But this is what we're asking of DC's children every single day. I could go on to describe dozens of other incidents I've seen in my neighborhood of MPD collaborating not just with ICE, but with FBI, the US Marshals, and numerous other agencies, harassing our neighbors and harassing people simply for being unhoused, simply for being Black, or simply for being brown. But to close out, I want to say that MPD, ICE, and the entire federal task force are in danger to our city, and we will not know any peace until all of them are gone. But we are demanding more than that. We need our neighbors back home. We need to know exactly what information MPD has shared with ICE, and most of all, we need accountability, all the way up to Police Chief Smith and Muriel Bowser herself. MPD has shown us exactly who they are, and now they must answer to us, the people of Washington, D.C. No one takes home rule and autonomy more serious than those of us who were born here. But we cannot have home rule and autonomy if our neighbors are being abducted and taken away. It is either all of us or none of us, and we expect the council to stand on our side.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Paramita Shah. I'm an attorney who works at Just Futures Law, a legal organization that works on immigrant rights, technology surveillance, and civil rights. I am a resident of Ward 6. I have lived here for over 22 years, and my kids are in DCPS. I have a long history of working on sanctuary policies in Washington, D.C., and I have done so since 2011, when Mayor Gray was involved in passing some of the very first sanctuary policies in D.C., but also in the United States. My organization has been involved in the passage of the most recent Sanctuary Values Act, and we are very familiar with the policy language and the legality of these laws and what they mean. We started these efforts 15 years ago because when other states like Georgia, Arizona, Alabama were engaging in a whole partnership with ICE, DC wanted to go in a different direction. And so it is especially damning, it is very chilling, it is very shocking after hearing the testimonies today, and for myself as a resident, to see how we've done a complete 180, but also how we've undermined 15 years of good sanctuary policy in DC that had the support of communities all across this district. I'm not sure where the interpretation has come out on this policy that there's an opening for MPD collaboration with the federal government. And it's unclear why MPD and the mayor have really dug in on what I think is a poor and erroneous misinterpretation of the law that not only is a violation of laws, but has now created incredible amounts of violence and fear and has set up surveillance architecture in this district in ways that I have not seen since I've lived here. I am totally in agreement with so many of the demands on this panel today, and I don't really have much more to add in terms of what I have seen. But I do want to add, as somebody who has worked on these policies, who has worked with MPD in the past, 15 years ago, to figure out what does it take for the police not to profile immigrants, that to see what is happening today to be utterly shocking and really upsetting. And so I'm going to leave it there and look forward to hearing testimony from other places.
Thank you. Thanks to this panel. Ms. Shaw, did you sign up? Okay, can you just make sure you give your information to the desk so we can record you properly? Okay, very good. Absolutely, thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. Okay. So did you also want to testify? Yeah, okay. All right, so this will be it for our in-person witnesses. Last call. Very good. When you're ready, go ahead.
Good afternoon. How you doing? My name is David Black. I'm a DC resident. I'm also a returning citizen. 2 days ago, I was pulled over by the same caravan, and I was afraid to pull it over. It's so much that's been going on in this city, and a lot of rights being violated. Some of the things that's been going on, it's been needed, but they've been going about it the wrong way. But for the immigrants, we all the immigrants in this country. Every last one of us are immigrants. We are. See, they have the same rights that we do. They do. We was given the option to become citizens. Why they not given the option? They did nothing wrong. You say you wanted to be productive, be good citizens. They doing that. But they're being taken. I've been around all over the city. Southeast, Northwest, Northeast. I seen how they operating. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, still doing the same things. Jumping out neighborhoods, harassing people. If that person got shot, what makes you think they won't shoot nobody else? Who's there to stop them? We testify, we come in here telling y'all what's going on, but do y'all have or will y'all even stop or even do whatever it is y'all had to contact, who it is y'all had to put in place to police the police? I'm gonna say something that y'all don't want to hear. What happens when the people start to fight back? You gotta look at the end, not just what's going on. Because every action has a reaction.
Thank you for your
And
testimony.
that's not what we want. We be asking and begging for your help.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
All right.
And,
Y'all have a
and
nice day.
would you also go ahead and give your information to the desk so we have it accurately in the record? Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to everybody who testified in person today. So we are going to move now to our virtual testimony. There's some people patiently waiting in the Zoom. Our first panel includes Daniela Anello, CEO, DC Bilingual Public Charter School; Jen Kaufman, Commissioner, ANC 4D; Nancy Leone, Director of Advocacy at Many Languages, One Voice; Karen Gall, Chairwoman 3D Community Advisory Committee; Amy Fisher, Amnesty International USA Migrant Rights; and Anna Parse Johnson, Treehouse Collective, DC. You may begin. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you very, very much for having this hearing. I truly appreciate it. And thank you to our council members who are here today, Chairperson Ado, and also to the fellow community members who are speaking. My name is Daniela Anello, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of DC Bilingual Public Charter School, located in Ward 5. I am here today to speak about a serious human rights concern affecting our community: the repeated arrests of community members by masked federal agents just outside of our school, in full view of children and our families and our staff. DC Bilingual is one of the highest performing elementary public charter schools in DC. DC Bilingual is located in Ward 5 with 650 students from grades pre-K3 to grade 5. Our school community is incredibly diverse, with many who are first and second generation immigrants. I am a first generation immigrant myself from Viña del Mar, Chile, and like many of our students, I immigrated to the United States when I was a little girl. My parents brought me and my sister here in search of a better life and a safer life. Families travel from every ward in the city to bring their children to learn at DC Bilingual. As you can imagine, the current political climate has many in our community feeling fearful and anxious. On September 25th, at dismissal time, 9 officers from MPD and multiple federal agencies in uniform and carrying guns surrounded 2 young Latino men outside of our school playground. The men were not armed. There was no visible threat, and yet the scene unfolded with shouting and fear, right as dozens of our children were leaving for the day. Students cried, asking their parents if they too would be taken away. Parents pleaded for answers and were met with hostility. One MPD officer even threatened to arrest me for standing on the sidewalk and recording what I saw. I had hoped this would be an isolated incident,
But just a few weeks later, on Friday morning at arrival, masked agents again arrested 3 men, this time right across the street from our front entrance as families crossed Blair Road to bring their children to school. One man was violently tackled to the ground by 3 armed agents. Imagine hundreds of children arriving, holding their parents' hands, watching a person who looks like their father or their cousin or older brother tackled, lifted off the ground, and dragged away by 3 masked men right in front of them and right in front of their school. These are human rights violations. They violate our children's right to feel safe on their way to school. They violate parents' right to live without fear of being targeted while taking their child to class. And they violate the basic human dignity we owe one another as members of this city. No child should witness violence at their school doorstep. No educator should have to reassure children who are crying that they're safe while watching armed men in masks take members of their community away. After the first incident, I shared my concerns and questions with Mayor Bowser in the DC Council via email. I attended a Ward 5 community meeting and asked the question directly to Mayor Bowser about school safety. I have spoken to Chief Smith. I have spoken with an MPD investigator regarding the first incident. And after the second incident, I have emailed Mayor Bowser and DC Council again. Today, I am grateful to be able to provide this testimony. And while I appreciate all these opportunities to engage, my answers continue to go unanswered. I hope we can all agree that we want kids to attend school and to feel safe doing so. If so, can someone answer what policies are being implemented to ensure traumatic arrests never happen again outside of DC schools, especially at arrival and dismissal times? What steps are being taken to make sure schools remain protected, safe locations, free from trauma of immigration enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Kaufman, Commissioner Kaufman.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jen Kaufman, and I serve as Commissioner of Single Member District 4D08 and as Chair of ANC 4D. And the testimony that I provide today is submitted on behalf of our ANC. I'm a resident of Brightwood Park. I'm the daughter of immigrants and the parent of 2 elementary school students who are all too cognizant of what is happening in our community right now. Thank you to the committee, to Chair Nadeau, to your staff for holding this important roundtable today. While the so-called federal emergency that permitted the Trump administration to federalize MPD has ended, we continue to be in the midst of an ongoing federal occupation. And while Mayor Bowser has said that MPD's cooperation with immigration enforcement has undermined public trust in our local law enforcement, she has required the continued coordination between MPD and federal law enforcement to, quote, the maximum extent allowable by law. Every day since the August declaration, Latino and Black residents have been subjected to over-policing, unlawful monitoring, stops, detentions, and kidnapping with no reasonable basis other than the color of our skin, the accents in our tongues, or our national origin. We rely on community networks to keep us safe. And nearly every day, I hear through these networks about a report of someone who has been nabbed by ICE because they were brown and waiting for the bus, or because they were brown and driving a landscaping truck. And at many of these enforcement actions, MPD is present and often driving around in caravans with ICE. Many residents of color find ourselves asking whether it's time we start carrying passports, like we were at this moment. But carrying passports or having the right kind of paper still will not protect us from the indignity of racial profiling or over-policing. The DC Human Rights Act and the Constitution do not require that we have citizenship or a passport to be protected by the civil rights that are afforded to us all. My community has been shaken in particular by the repeated targeting of local schools, as we just heard about, schools that are being targeted that have significant Latino populations or bilingual during those drop-off and pickup times. And as you just heard, in many instances, MPD officers have not only been actively participating in these actions, some have even taunted concerned residents. Families who attend DC Bilingual and EL Haynes, which is near our commission, have reported that forceful events have occurred just steps away from those school grounds, and they've terrorized children and families. They've created a climate of fear, and they have irrevocably broken the trust between many of our communities and MPD. One night last month, my 7-year-old was crying during bedtime, and he asked me if I was going to be, quote, deported away because I'm Mexican. And while I'm fortunate enough to be a citizen, I share this because our children are watching and they're frightened. And what they see is that our local police are part of a campaign that is kidnapping our immigrant friends and family and neighbors off the streets. The mayor's order to cooperate with a federal government bent on terrorizing immigrants and Black and Brown families is by definition an endorsement of that campaign. It's an erosion of our civil rights, and it's an assault on home rule. This collaboration is multiplying the harm and trauma being exacted on our communities, and it's incumbent upon the mayor that she rescind the order. And if she won't, that the DC Council must take action to prevent this cooperation from occurring. Many residents like myself have been calling on the Committee of the Whole or Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety to hold a hearing demanding answers from the executive and MPD regarding cooperation with the federal occupation. I deeply appreciate this committee for providing a forum for the public to provide testimony, but much more oversight is needed from the council. And lastly, I urge the district government to utilize every legal mechanism possible to protect the rights of residents and to push back on against the occupation, the federal occupation of this city. Chicago has won important protections through temporary restraining orders because of lawsuits challenging federal overreach, and we should be doing more of the same. Lastly, there are thousands of stories that we're not able to hear from because of the culture of fear that has been created in DC through this. We have a moral responsibility to speak out and to take action because what we do in this moment is a reflection of who we are as a city and what side of history we want to stand on. I thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and I will upload my testimony into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Leone.
Thank you, Chair Nadeau and members of the committee for holding this hearing on this really important issue. My name is Nancy Leon. I'm the Director of Advocacy at Many Languages, One Voice. I'm here today on behalf of a few MLove members who wanted to be present but were afraid, but instead they gave me permission to share their stories with you. The first MLove member is a Ward 4 resident and her daughter attends Truesdale Elementary School. She shared that since the first day of school, there has been consistent presence of federal and local police around the school. It has not stopped even after September 10th, and she's no longer able to walk her daughter alone to school. She goes with a group of parents, but there have been 3 or 4 school parents that have been detained and taken near the school. And in particular, she says that there have been police and federal agents routinely present near 2 of the entrances that she uses during pickup and drop-off time on Jefferson Street and 5th Street and on Kennedy Street. And it's so constant that her daughter recently missed a week of school because every time she would try to go and drop her off, there were officials there that were blocking her way. The second anonymous MLove member is a Ward 1 resident. Since August, she's felt an increased police presence that has continued even after September 10th. She's collected countless videos and pictures of their activities in her community and has heard many stories of raids. She shared that a month ago, federal agents and local police were parked outside of her adult learning school, preventing her from leaving for hours. A direct quote from her that she wanted me to share was, "This is horrible. I'm scared. If anything happens to me, I'd rather stay quiet than call the police. If I call the police, I feel that they'll call ICE too, and it's better for me to stay absolutely silent." The last MLove member is a Ward 7 resident who shared pictures of federal agents and MPD right outside of her house on October 10th, and she observed them doing some sort of roadblock in front of her house. There are pictures in my written testimony. She wants her local elected officials to know that before August, she felt somewhat safe and that she could somewhat trust the police. But now she feels that there are police and federal agents everywhere and they appear suddenly and out of nowhere. A direct quote from her is, "I feel like they're always around, following me, and it's a horrible feeling." So as you can see, the community is scared. The increased police presence and collaboration is having a psychological, physical, and economic impact on the immigrant community in DC. It's keeping children from school, families from buying groceries, and parents from working. They ask their local government to please support them, protect them, and uphold the Sanctuary Values Act, to invest in them and in their well-being because they're DC residents too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen Gall?
Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau, and thank you, Chairperson, Councilmember Nadeau, and the committee members. My name is Karen Gall, Chair of the 3rd District Citizens Advisory Council. I'm representing residents from across Wards 1, 2, 5, and 6, served by the Metropolitan Police Department's 3rd District. I'm here on behalf of our citizens to address violations of the D.C. Human Rights Act following the federalization of D.C. Police in August of 2025, and to urge enforcement, not erosion, of the D.C. law. We are pro-law enforcement, but we insist that equal protection and human dignity remains the law of the city. Since August 6th August of this year, 3DCAC has led documentation and assessment efforts through 2 large community forums with a mental health survey, the Kessler survey, which is a world-renowned survey, and over 190,000 views and interactions that we've had with our various community forums. We had a recent forum where we had our DC attorney, Janine Puro, come in and speak directly with the citizens to talk about these particular issues in regards to accountability. Residents from every ward reported rising fear and confusion as federal immigration operations increase. In our mental health assessment, 82% of residents showed moderate to severe distress, a rate comparable to post-disaster populations. We've heard stories from parents afraid to take children to schools, workers avoiding medical appointments, and small businesses losing up to half their income. Fear has spread beyond immigrant households. It affects entire neighborhoods. DC is known as a melting pot. However, we have completely traumatized over 109,000 immigrants within our community. It affects entire neighborhoods where trust is public safety, and public safety has collapsed. DC has roughly, as mentioned, 109,000 immigrants, 1 in 7 residents who pay $1.35 billion in taxes each year and own 31% of area businesses and raise 75,000 U.S. citizen children. Since August, communities from Mount Pleasant to Adams Morgan have experienced unmarked vehicle raids, daytime arrests, and operations near their schools. These tactics, the masks, the tactical gear, and public arrests have produced widespread trauma and confusion. The D.C. Human Rights Act prohibits discrimination based on national origin, yet the lived experience of residents shows systematic profiling. Under the international and U.S. law, deliberately inflicting severe mental suffering on a civilian population for political or deterrent purposes meets definitions of torture and terrorism. Our data demonstrates intentional operations causing psychological harm, a violation of both DC and international standards. What our community needs and what we recognize, however, we recognize that Mayor Bowser's acknowledgement that mass enforcement tactics have created fear, and we appreciate Chief Smith's statement that she just spoke to us last night in our council meeting that MPD does not cooperate with immigration enforcement. However, the gap between the stated policy and perceived practice persists. To rebuild trust, we propose 3 categories of actions. 1, transparency. Public routine reporting on enforcement activities, including the locations, partner presence, and demographics, so the residents can verify that DC resources are not being used for immigration operations. 2, protection. We want to codify clear non-cooperation boundaries in DC statute, expand multilingual know your rights education, and fund mental health crisis services for all of the affected families. And then 3, we want an accountability and healing. We want an established community-based oversight mechanism with investigative authority and convene direct dialogues between MPD leadership and neighborhoods to restore trust. The path forward that we can do, that we can all share a common goal, a city that is both safe and beautiful, not only for our nation's 250th birthday in 2026, but for the families living here today. True safety means every resident, regardless of origin, feels protected when they call 911. True beauty means our diversity is celebrated and not targeted. And 3D CAC stands ready to partner with the council, MPD, and the mayor's office to help design transparent data systems, facilitate community dialogues, and support implementation of these solutions. Our work is not about blame, it's
Thank you
about
so
building
much for your
trust.
testimony.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you. Amy Fisher?
Hi, thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for convening this important roundtable on human rights violations that have occurred in the district since January. I am Amy Fisher, a Ward 7 resident and the Director of Refugee and Migrant Rights at Amnesty International USA. Amnesty is the world's oldest and largest global grassroots human rights organization. And as the US section of the organization, we have members and activists in all 50 states and here in DC, where we have local and student groups and dozens more members and activists. Since the start of this year, Amnesty has witnessed and documented a surge of human rights violations across the district, as this community has served as President Trump's testing ground for authoritarian practices. DC's immigrant community has faced some of the harshest of these abuses and have been targeted, criminalized, detained, and expelled from our country by the thousands. In March, Amnesty's global movement mobilized to secure the release and reunification of a Ward 7 family after the mother and father were cruelly arrested in front of their children not once but twice, criminalized for seeking safety, detained across 3 states in cruel, overcrowded detention facilities, labeled as alien enemies, and threatened with deportation to a prison in El Salvador. That same month, Georgetown professor Badar Khan Suri was arrested and targeted for deportation for exercising his right to free speech and speaking out against the genocide in Gaza. Throughout the winter and spring, critical members of the DC community were targeted enforcement actions that would snatch their community members from their homes, workplaces, taking their kids to school, or attending their court hearings or ICE check-in. Some of those targeted had long resided in DC, while many others had recently sought refuge in our community, where they had sought safety and security after fleeing danger, only to be deported without due process back to the very places they fled. Since August 11th and the start of the federal takeover of DC, Amnesty has seen a significant increase in human rights violations to a degree unseen in recent memory. In partnership with our partners at Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid and Harriet's Wildest Dreams and the film The DC Police Project, Amnesty International has been reviewing, categorizing, and documenting hundreds of community video submissions of arrests and detentions in DC. My colleague from our research team shared that it had been disturbing to see his beloved city and his fellow DC residents subjected to checkpoints, raids, and routine patrolling by agents who are masked, ride in unmarked vehicles, and often lack proper identifying agency affiliation vests. We have seen these actions take place in front and around schools, parks, and places of worship in broad daylight. There is significant racial profiling and agents who feel emboldened to target work trucks, work sites, and delivery drivers on mopeds, and often forcefully detained and arrest people. Amnesty has reviewed videos of mass federal agents, often in clear collaboration with DC police, racially profile, arbitrarily detain, tase, punch, tackle, drag, and disrespect our immigrant neighbors. There has been a clear resurgence of stop and frisk, jump out squads, and vehicle pursuits targeting DC communities of color, both immigrants and native-born Washingtonians. It is critical for this body to understand that since August 11th, Amnesty has documented and continues to document collaboration between ICE and MPD for purposes of immigration enforcement. Amnesty has also interviewed numerous DC families with loved ones in ICE immigration detention facilities across the country who have been denied medical care, faced indefinite detention, chained on buses for long periods of time, stuffed in holding rooms and fed one burrito a day with nowhere to sleep, abused as a result of being part of the LGBTQ community, and arbitrarily and indefinitely detained in overcrowded and abusive conditions. We've heard stories of traumatized families and children who are living with incredible fear. The recordings also demonstrate that DC residents are united in their opposition to this kind of turmoil in their communities and are taking action to hold agencies accountable and protect their neighbors. And while we are grateful for Councilmember Nadeau for convening this roundtable today, it is unacceptable that this is the first time this chamber is addressing the ongoing human rights crisis facing core pillars of the DC community. Amnesty International USA encourages the DC Council to provide oversight on agencies arresting and detaining DC community members, ensure the legal rights of their constituents are upheld regardless of their race or immigration status, clarify and enforce DC Sanctuary Values Act, and expand funding for legal and social services for DC's immigrant community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Anna Parse-Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Price-Johnson, and I'm here representing my mutual aid group, Treehouse Collective. Among other projects, we provide material support to unhoused residents in the Foggy Bottom neighborhood, where I've been attending weekly supply distribution for 4 years. Thank you for organizing this opportunity for us. I'd like to speak about how MPD and DC's Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services worked in tandem with federal agencies to enact violent clearings on unhoused residents of DC. When I say clearing or sweep, I'm referring to the displacement of unhoused communities or individuals. During a clearing, DMHHS and MPD force people from their tents and use a bulldozer to trash anything people can't carry. Unhoused people lose belongings, including essential documents like identification and life-saving supplies like tents, and they also lose access to community caseworkers and services. These clearings have happened for years under DC's own policies, but they escalated dramatically in August of this year under pressure from the federal administration. I'd like to focus on Friday, August 15th, when MPD and DMHHS worked in tandem with federal agencies to clear homeless people across the city without warning. That week, some signs were posted warning about clearings for the upcoming weeks, but city and federal officials told people they'd be okay until at least the posted dates and maybe beyond then. So there was a lot of confusion about what was happening. However, that Friday, more than 20 people we know were suddenly evicted from Foggy Bottom as part of a surprise citywide sweep conducted by DC agencies as federal agencies looked on. DMHHS policy requires 14 days written notice before clearing an encampment. So clearing without notice is a violation of DC law, in addition to being a cruel and violent violation of human rights. That morning, August 15th, DMHHS bulldozers and dump trucks arrived with MPD at Foggy Bottom, escorted by federal agencies. It's hard to describe how violent these evictions are if you haven't attended one, but it's gut-wrenching to watch someone's home be bulldozed. All of their belongings are picked up and trashed by DMHH staff in white hazard suits and blue gloves, while MPD and federal law enforcement stand around chatting and laughing with each other. On August 15th, MPD officers laughed at us out of the window of their cars as they drove away, gloating and mocking the people whose homes they just destroyed. Because there was no warning, people we know lost IDs, housing vouchers, cash, tents, sleeping bags, and more. At our usual supply distribution on Saturday mornings, we were seeing between 15 and 20 people weekly. However, in the weeks after the sweep, we saw just 3 to 5 people. We still don't know where some of our friends ended up after the sweep. The citywide sweep did nothing to reduce homelessness in DC. Instead, it made some of the city's most vulnerable residents even more vulnerable and isolated, living in less desirable locations without their belongings and without access to support services. Since the sweep, we know people who have been cleared again without warning, losing whatever they managed to save from the first sweep and being forced to sleep rough on the street. This is a violation of DC policy carried out by DC agencies in partnership with federal agencies. It's also a clear violation of human rights, in addition to being cruel and violent. We need leadership from the mayor and MPD that at bare minimum ensures compliance with DC law. We also need leadership that prioritizes the well-being of all of our residents instead of throwing our most vulnerable under the bus at the first sign of pressure from the federal administration. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. We were joined some time ago also by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, who I will now recognize for any questions and remarks.
Thank you. I think it is important that we're having this hearing. I want to thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for providing the forum for us to do this. I have been clear, I've been outspoken about my concern with what's been happening to our city, the ways in which folks are disappeared from our streets, the callousness with which we have seen human lives being ruined in many respects. I wanted to come to Daniela, who is a school leader in Ward 5. I want to thank you for your courage. Am I able to ask questions right now, or is this just a statement, Councilman? Okay. I want to thank you for your courage in speaking out. And I just want to lift up some of what I know is happening, but also get an update from the last time we've touched base. How many instances have there been when there's been police activity outside or around your school?
There have been many activities surrounding the school within a few blocks, but two in particular have been right adjacent to the school, one across the street and one next to the playground.
And I know one of the key concerns of those operations is that it happened while young people were outside and or it was visible to them, and it causes distress. It also requires you and your team to have to ensure that young people are okay and that they're not fearful and ready to learn. Can you just elaborate about the harm that these operations are having on your school community?
We are a community, like I said in my testimony, that is made of immigrants. Many of us are first, second generation immigrants. We're already fearful of our lives, period. Nothing happening around their school. We're already fearful. We're already concerned about our safety and feeling of belonging. And so to add to that fear, so we at DC Bilingual have to create a community in which kids feel safe, welcomed, valued, in which they are proud to be multilingual, multicultural, and in which they feel like those are assets. So we have to counter the rhetoric that our kids are hearing outside of school, overly so, right? Creating more so of a sense of belonging and nurturing and safety. Now, our kids are afraid. They're afraid of going home, walking the streets, coming to school. So if you imagine that setting in which fear already exists, and we have to counter that fear, and now they're seeing violent arrests directly outside of the school building that is designed to be a safe haven for them, it is absolutely traumatic and terrifying. And it makes our kids not want to come to school, not feel like their school is a safe place to be anymore. And it has us working really hard around the clock to combat that trauma that they're seeing every single day and that they're experiencing in their own families as they see their cousins, their dads, and other members of their community be arrested in a way that doesn't seem appropriate at all.
And I'm trying to be mindful of how I ask the question. I know you have made demands of the city that I think are reasonable, which is primarily answer questions, provide resources and support to ensure that this doesn't continue to happen as you go about the business of educating our young people. Can you speak to what response you've received as a school leader in the city to very reasonable requests for support?
Thank you so much for the question. I have received council members calling to say that they care and that this is a serious matter. I have asked the mayor directly about safety, and she says this is a serious matter. What I have not heard is a plan or a strategy or a proposal that's being presented that will make things better. I also am interested in myself in having a little guidance on who I should go speak with in the federal government, what agency, what office, who should I go to negotiate a plan to have ICE agents stay away from school campuses. I am positive that someone can do this negotiation, that we can go to Homeland Security, talk to the right person, and agree that schools should be off limit. So I would love to start there. Who do we have that conversation with to protect our school communities?
And respectfully, I would say you're more optimistic than I am. Part of the challenge is that we do not have jurisdiction over the federal government. And frankly, I am not optimistic that the federal government is going to answer calls or care about what's happening in a school community, because we haven't seen it play out that there's been a priority placed on residents' quality of life or even young people. What I do think is within our control is answering residents, answering our school leaders, making sure we don't give the appearance of coordination, making sure that we outline the facts. And I just again want to thank you for the work that you're doing in one of our school communities, but also how you've spoken truth to power through this whole process. One last question I have for you is, outside of storming into Homeland Security and demanding that they not come near our school communities, what can DC government do to make you and other school leaders across the city feel supported right now?
I think that there are two things that we could do. One is we need to repair trust with MPD. MPD has been collaborating with ICE, and we need to make sure that if that's not supposed to happen, that it doesn't continue to happen. And can there be a strategy to repair the relationships that our communities have with MPD to ensure that they are truthfully the people we can call when we are in need of keeping our communities safe. We're not quite sure that's the case right now, and therefore we need to repair that trust. But second to that, every single school is mobilizing to provide resources and supports to their individual students and families. And I think that there could be a collaborated effort to support our schools, either with funding or with organizing around those supports that we provide. We're doing meal trains, we're doing carpooling, we're doing street surveillance, we're doing a lot of wellness checks, a lot of home good buying things, clothing. We are all mobilizing to provide families with every level of support we can offer. But every school doing this alone is not a cohesive strategy for supporting our immigrant communities. And so I ask our council to consider a cohesive strategy of family supports that everyone could access and that could be done much more efficiently and successfully than what we're able to do as individual schools.
I really appreciate that. And I would push and say it's not just the council. It's our entire government, which includes the executive, which includes the attorney general. We all need to be providing the level of support that you're speaking about. And and we've spoken many times, and I know how challenging it has been for you. And I just want you to know that there are many of us on this side of government that are continuing to push. So thank you. In my last 2 minutes, and I know that's not a ton of time, I just would pose a similar question to the others on this panel. What would you like to see government do? What is one specific thing you would call on government to do? And if you could be concise, that would be helpful. Yes.
What we did with 3D CAC, we pulled together a action plan process. We asked the community for action planning and prohibiting ICE operations near schools, hospitals, and places of worship, but also a family reunification process that we think that is really, really critical for reunification assistance, the Know Your Rights education, legal clinics for effective neighborhoods, and expanding the public defender resources for immigrant cases.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure there's others that can jump in as well.
I would also say restoring alliance. Immigrants feel like they're not just being hunted and attacked in their neighborhoods, but that they're also being attacked through health and losing their health insurance. They feel like, quote, like they're being killed. So I would say that's
On
all.
that front, and I don't want to get too far ahead of the council, but we did, as part of the fiscal year 26 budget, make a contingency plan should there be surplus funds. And surprised there were surplus funds. I have spoken to the CFO, and he gave a timeline of mid-November of trying to rectify the dollars that are in fact surplus and what the budget or the council laid out in the fiscal year 26 budget. So I hope that we will have an update on Alliance very soon. And Alliance was on that contingency list that the council created. Last 30 seconds. I'm going to maximize my time.
Councilmember, I just wanted to add also that Sanctuary Values Act is limiting in that it's regarding, Department of Corrections. And so either the mayor's order maximizing the extent of coordination needs to be rescinded, or the Sanctuary Values Act needs to be strengthened or supplemented.
Absolutely. I'm going to
I'll
end.
agree with that and just say, regarding the conversation previously, for many years, ICE had a policy on the books prohibiting enforcement at places like schools and faith institutions and hospitals, and that has been rescinded. So this type of enforcement is intentional, and that really just reinforces the reason why this body and the DC government must cut all ties with ICE and law enforcement agencies engaging in immigration enforcement.
Thank you. And Anna, thank you for putting your comments in the chat. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to this panel. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Our next panel will also be our final panel. So I will call everybody that has signed up, and please accept your invitation to be promoted. And if there's anyone in the Zoom that thought they signed up and I don't call, you can raise your hand and we'll try to get you on this panel. Okay, Andrew Wasnich, Director of Policy, Miriam's Kitchen, Mary Calhoun, Valerie Barron, Natasha Napper, Gregory Afinogev, Alexandra Simbana, Pamela McKinney, Thomas Gramillion, Giovanna Izarita, Nick Wirsch, Claudia Schlossberg, and Derek Floyd, Director of Crowns, Inc. So again, if there's anyone I didn't call that wants to join this panel in the Zoom, raise your hand and we can promote you. We will begin with Andrew. AKA Andy. Andy, are you ready?
Sorry, I thought I had already started. Sorry.
There you go.
Didn't realize. Okay. Sorry about that. So thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Andy Wasenick. I'm Director of Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, a homeless services provider with the mission of ending homelessness in the district. I can speak to many incidents targeting unhoused individuals that have occurred since January, but I'm going to focus my testimony today on the most egregious, which occurred in Washington Circle on August 14th and 15th in the first week of the federal takeover. There were 8 tents located around the perimeter of Washington Circle, 5 on the west side and 3 on the east. Earlier in August, DMHHS had posted signs for the encampment closure to take place on August 29th, following the established procedure by giving at least 1 week's advance notice of encampment closures and clearings. But over the weekend of August 10th and 11th, the president's social media posts about homelessness in DC set off a firestorm that would change that timeline drastically. And the intervening days saw a flurry of activity and confusion. Tents along the president's motorcade route to the Kennedy Center were identified, tagged for immediate disposition, and individuals given 24 to 48 hours notice that they had to move or be removed. The largest of those encampments near the U.S. Peace Institute was scheduled for and cleared during the day on August 14th. And the tents at Washington Circle had new tags placed on them notifying them that they too were now subject to immediate disposition and that they had until Monday, August 18th to relocate. The evening of Thursday, August 14th was the first night federal agents were deployed in the district with the mission to clear visible signs of homelessness from the downtown area. No one knew exactly where they would show up and start clearing. It was believed it would start near the White House, and it was reported they would start around 6:30 in the evening, and we believed that they would target Washington Circle. I was in Washington Circle by around 6:30 and waited until about after 8 o'clock when it started to get dark, and about 15 FBI officers marched into the circle and appeared to be casually waiting. I began calling DHS and the Miriam's Kitchen outreach team and other service providers to alert them to their presence. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, a crowd gathered. DHS and DMHH officials, along with the deputy mayor, arrived, along with outreach workers and advocates, a throng of reporters and cameras and onlookers, including ANCs and members of city council. MPD and 2 DPW trash trucks were standing by as well. The federal officers wanted to clear all the tents in the circle right there on the spot, but legal advocates pointed out that the tags had been placed earlier in the day, stating that the individuals had until August 18th and that they should let that stand and give the encamped residents until the 18th to move. A tense conversation between the legal advocates, city officials, and federal officers ensued. The advocates and city officials seemed to prevail as the federal officers began walking away. The deputy mayor then addressed the media explaining what was going on, and the residents of the encampment were informed that they indeed still had until Monday the 18th before they were forced to move. After this, FBI agents wandered off to their next destination, which was Lafayette Square. No one was there. There was a lot of waiting and standing around. And then around 10 p.m., federal officers went to confront people at 1313 New York Avenue, where more than 24 people were known to sleep outside the church. They arrested one person there who they were reportedly looking for and did nothing else. Around 11 p.m., federal officers told DHS officials that they were done for the night and would resume the next evening. DHS then relayed that information to outreach and informed them to prepare for more of the same the following night and to adjust schedules accordingly. The next morning on the 15th, it was in the news the chief of police had been removed. And then at 10 a.m., I was informed by a former colleague that police, believed to be MPD along with DPW, were outside 1313 New York Avenue, making everyone outside the building pack up and move, and were throwing away any items that were unattended. I reached out to DHS, and no one was aware that anything was happening. Then shortly after that, around 10:45, I was notified by someone else that police and DPW were on their way to Washington Circle. I walked up to Washington Circle from our office, and by the time I arrived 5 minutes later, most of the tents were already in the back of trash trucks. The one person that was at their tent was allowed to pack up and move along, but all other unattended tents and belongings were thrown away by DPW. A DMHHS staff person was present while MPD held traffic and looked on. There were 2 trash trucks, one on either side of the circle, and everything was gone in about 10 minutes. They then sped off to an encampment at 26th and L, where there were 4 or 5 more tents. One person was present there and able to pack up. Everything else was thrown away. They then moved on to a couple more individual sites in Georgetown and then were seemingly done. No one at DHS was aware that this was going to happen. No one was given advanced warning. Outreach providers were unaware and not on the clock. Once I had alerted them, DHS staff were able to get information and to find out what was going on. And after the sites in Georgetown were cleared, they were able to report that they had gotten what they wanted to clear and they were done for the day. From start to finish, it all happened in about 2 hours. People lost all of their belongings in these clearings, including an artist who lost his art supplies and pieces he was working on and a bike that was his primary means of transportation. Another individual lost all their ID documents, and a couple lost all their earthly belongings, documents, electronics, clothes, everything. On the morning of August 15th, the folks at Washington Circle had been told the previous evening by high-ranking government officials that they didn't have to move anything until Monday the 18th. They left their tents and belongings believing they had the morning to go get breakfast or run errands or go to work as secure as they could possibly be, that their belongings would still be there when they returned, only to come back and find all of it completely gone, and none of them had any recourse whatsoever. Our unhoused residents are being targeted for simply being unhoused in public spaces. And what I witnessed over those 2 days was a shocking display of dishonesty and utter disregard for the rights and humanity of those living in Washington Circle specifically, and all the others who were displaced on that day. Thanks very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Mary Calhoun?
Hi, sorry. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on this matter.
My name is Mary Calhoun. I live in Ward 4 and teach in Ward 5 at the same school my own children attend. Today, I'm here to tell you about a disturbing recent incident I witnessed involving Metropolitan Police officers cooperating with federal agents. One September day, just a few weeks ago, after Trump's federal emergency had long ended, school had just finished, and I picked up my own kids from their classes. We were just passing time on the playground when we heard information that law enforcement officers were on the other side of the school, likely arresting someone for immigration reasons. Out of concern, I approached the scene while video recording. When I arrived, I saw several officers from multiple agencies working together: FBI, HSI, MPD, and some others too far away for me to read their jackets. They and several police cars were surrounding two men who were handcuffed and seated in the street. As I approached from a distance, one MPD officer yelled at me that simply by being present and, quote, distracting him, I was, quote, interfering with the scene. He moved toward me aggressively and demanded that I move to a specific location, otherwise he would arrest me. Although I knew I was doing nothing unlawful and was within my rights to observe and record a police encounter in a public space, I felt scared for my own safety. His tone, posture, and language were threatening. The officer used his authority to intimidate me and anyone nearby from witnessing the arrest. This behavior from an MPD officer was unnecessarily aggressive, unprofessional, and inappropriate. And yet it represents just a part of what was so problematic about this incident. A different MPD officer told me later that the two men had been pulled over for operating a scooter without a license. Of course, ensuring proper licensure is within MPD's responsibility. But why then were several federal agencies present for a simple traffic violation? And why was one of these men being taken away by a masked federal agent in an unmarked car? I asked, but both MPD and federal officers refused to answer. Witnessing this was horrifying for me, my own children, and the children in the school who watched from a playground and through windows. In the days since, my 5-year-old son has described the police as, quote, mean, and explained that police, quote, take away brown people. It is heartbreaking to respond that, yes, he is right. Our own MPD does harass and arrest people for no other reason than appearing to be immigrants. Children and families are terrified, in particular those who are or look like immigrants. We deserve to live in a city where we feel safe to go to and from school without witnessing or experiencing human rights violations. No human is illegal. Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith must immediately repeal their orders for MPD to cooperate with federal agents, and if they do not, then council must act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did Natasha Napper leave? Okay. Then we will go to Gregory. Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for this hearing. My name is Gregory Finneganov. I'm a professor at Georgetown University. I've lived in DC for over 8 years now. I have a whole testimony written up, but actually, as we speak right now, outside of my window, federal and MPD officers are accosting people getting off of buses at Georgia Avenue and pulling them off the bus, interrogating them, and I've seen at least one woman be hauled off in handcuffs, apparently for the crime of riding the bus, as far as I can tell. I mean, I can't hear what they're saying from here. And this is not the first time this has happened at this bus stop. I have observed this. I was physically present for one on October 4th, and I know this has happened multiple times since then. And this is just the tip of a huge iceberg. I mean, just the other night, there were multiple arrests at 6 a.m. In complete darkness at one of the bus stops at Georgia Avenue. And the federal officers cooperating with MPD have taken their license to that the Supreme Court has granted them to racially profile people and are basically grabbing people off the street in the dark. So I want to say I'm an immigrant in this country, and while I'm a naturalized citizen, I know it's very precarious and difficult to navigate the immigration system, and I experienced that myself. And the rules are always stacked against people who are trying to do that, especially if they're working class, especially if their English is not as good. And many of the people being abducted, aside from just simply being racially profiled, Even if they have done something quote unquote wrong, it's simply because they're from a country whose temporary protected status has been rescinded, often without any knowledge or participation on their part. So the fact that day after day our neighbors are being disappeared without any warning or ability to even contact their families, unless someone happens to be present at the scene, is a moral crime with anything that the U.S. has ever condemned a foreign country for doing. I've lived abroad in many places. I've never seen anything like this in any other country I've lived in. And I don't think anyone who's ever observed one of these detentions can possibly think that this is okay. It's sickening that DC's political leaders have facilitated this process. And in the years to come, every DC police officer and politician who's been complicit in this crime against humanity is going to be remembered as a traitor to every value they claim to hold. Their children and grandchildren will be ashamed of them. Their stories will be in books as a reminder of how not to respond to a moment of grave moral crisis. We need to hold them accountable today by ending DC collaboration with MPD, with federal agencies, and requiring federal agencies, for example, to disclose what agencies they belong to, no longer hiding their faces, no longer interacting aggressively with bystanders, which I've seen multiple times, and practices such as abandoning vehicles on the street of people they've abducted without any recourse for either the person or anyone who might be in the vehicle. I know of one situation where people were locked in a van where the driver of the van was abducted and the van was just abandoned there with the people locked inside. It's an absolutely catastrophic situation, and this must end now.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Alexandra Simbana.
Hi, good afternoon, council member. I appreciate the opportunity for residents to be heard on the terror which has been delivered to DC streets by the continued collaboration of MPD, collaboration with federal agents. Due to the danger to all our school communities and families, I will keep this very general, but I do want to highlight that the stories of those most affected are unable to be heard today due to their ongoing fear. I will offer that I have children in both ed sectors, and we have experienced incidents near all of their schools. These last few weeks have been both brutally inhumane, but also reaffirming that DC residents will rally together to protect our communities across the city. Out of necessity, DC neighbors have been forced to create our own infrastructure to protect our streets from city-sanctioned kidnappers, better known as federal agents. My phone begins to ding just before 5:30 every morning. That ding means kidnappers have already started for the day, disappearing our neighbors, friends, and longtime community members. These attacks happen en route to work, outside of schools, and across town. The point of this localized terrorism is to make us feel belittled, make our neighbors appear to be less than human. These notifications can go on until close to midnight and sometimes much later. Kidnappings or disappearings can be witnessed at a bus stop, in the lane right next to you, at school drop-off, at church, or anywhere in town. Our city endlessly touts every day counts, but the mayor does nothing to protect students and families to help them attend school in peace and without fear of disappearing. There are masked, machine-yielding kidnappers roaming our neighborhood streets, especially near schools in wards 1 and 4. DC school families are unfortunately used to the lack of support by the city, but this year that has extended to basic public safety by forming community member-led safety teams for real safe passage for our students to offer some level of comfort so they can have a chance of normalcy to focus on learning. Families providing the support are taking time away from their own jobs to prioritize public safety because we know we can't call or depend on MPD because they will not prioritize the safety of our DC residents. The burden of keeping our neighborhoods safe falls upon us, arm in arm, together, the only security that we have. Residents continue to be profiled based on their personal appearance as they go to work and about life. When they're detained and disappeared, there's no identification provided to who the kidnappers are, where the resident is being taken, or how family can reach them to help provide appropriate legal counsel to ensure equality before the law or a fair trial. I've lived in DC for nearly 20 years, and during that time, I have never felt unsafe until this occupation began weeks ago. I'm an immigrant, and I have been a U.S. citizen for nearly 40 years. And now I carry a copy of my passport because of the color of my skin. My husband knows he must answer all calls from me during the day because I've already had to call him when masked agents have felt I was too close to their actions. even when they're randomly pulling people out of their vehicles and trying to record for safety. If I'm mistakenly taken, my family has a plan on how to proceed, as I'm the primary daily caregiver for my children. This moment needs leaders with integrity and morality to treat children, mothers, fathers, and all humans with dignity. DC has sanctuary city status, but nothing in how we are acting or operating is reflecting those values. Nothing the city is doing during this occupation reflects the democratic values that are headquartered in our city. I take pride in my school and in my community members who are standing up for what is right and protecting our neighbors. We know we can't rely on MPD. We can't rely on the mayor. When things get tough, we're on our own. The time to stand up is now. All of our schools and all our residents deserve much better. Thank you.
Emma, excuse me, friends, you're interrupting other people's testimony. These people waited all day to testify, so please allow them to testify. If you want to talk at the end, that's fine, but these people have been waiting patiently to testify. No, 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 no. No, excuse me, you're interrupting other people who waited while you testified. That's. I understand. Okay, my staff can help you right now on that. Okay, grab David right now, okay? Thank you, but I don't want to interrupt the people who've been waiting all day to testify. Thank you. I would like to assist with that as well. If you could, please. I just gave you an option. Yeah, I just gave you the option for what to do next. Thank you. Okay, our next witness is Pamela McKinney.
Good afternoon. Thank you for convening this roundtable today. I'm a 15-year DC resident of Ward 6, a DCPS parent, and work in Ward 4 at a local school. What I have seen and experienced in DC since August 11th, when the White House declared that it was increasing federal law enforcement and military presence here, has been incredibly challenging as a school employee, parent of 2 young kids, and a resident of this beautiful diverse city. I'm here today to speak about 2 incidents, one in which MPD was involved and another related incident where MPD led the charge. In the first, MPD fully accompanied and supported federal agents as they detained 2 unarmed men by a school. And in the second, MPD created and led a checkpoint in Southwest, detaining a Latino delivery driver. On October 8th at 8:36 a.m., I learned that there were federal agents detaining a work van with 2 men in it at a major intersection at the corner of the school where I work. Our school day starts at 8:30, and many students, staff, and families saw the incident. There were multiple agencies present: FBI, HSI, ERO, and MPD. They were all driving unmarked cars, including MPD. A few wore masks so we could not see their faces. The detained men did not resist. The feds blocked traffic, preventing cars from traveling. By the time I got there, they had already taken the driver, but the other man was being handcuffed. They did not resist, yet they were treated like hard criminals. The federal agents gave no reason for the detainment. The man I saw was wincing in pain due to the handcuffs and how they were holding his arms behind his back. I told the officers they didn't have to hurt him. The officers told me they weren't hurting him, even as we all saw the man wincing in pain. This conduct was shocking, particularly given that unauthorized immigration is a civil, not a criminal crime. I asked the federal agents and MPD officer how it felt to tear apart families. One of them, who was wearing a mask, looked at me and said, "Awesome, I love it." The MPD officer then proceeded to take the men's work van and park it in the nearby 7-Eleven, leaving the car unlocked and taking the keys away with them. The MPD officer participated in this detainment, even though Mayor Bowser has said that MPD will not assist with federal immigration operations directly. Back inside our school, parents were crying in the lobby, and high school students could see what was happening from the east side of the building. Everyone was scared and worried. On October 22nd, MPD set up a checkpoint outside of its headquarters on M Street Southwest at 7 p.m. They only set it up heading west, which is similar to how they set up the checkpoint during the federal takeover when federal agents swarmed the area. That's the direction to get to Audi Field. It's not the direction to get to Nat Stadium. At this checkpoint, it was only MPD present. I asked an officer what it was about, and he said it was for safety compliance. Yet, our neighbors witnessed a Latino man on a scooter be detained and taken away. Although I raised these two incidents, these are not the only instances I have seen MPD assisting federal immigration enforcement officers, despite DC's enactment of its Sanctuary Values Amendment Act. I've seen FBI, HSI, and CBP in the parking lot of MPD on a regular basis as I pass the station twice a week. This has continued even after the federal takeover supposedly ended. We've lost complete trust in MPD and are afraid to call them for help. My question is, how will MPD be held accountable for their actions and the blatant lies we're told that they aren't supporting federal agents? I encourage the council to take up legislation to forbid MPD from working with federal agents or engaging in federal civil immigration issues, forbid federal agents from wearing masks, and find a way to get them out of our city. Provide Know Your Rights trainings for community members. Speak out and share with residents what you are doing to protect our community members. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Thomas Gramillion.
Hi, thank you for holding this hearing, Councilmember Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Thomas Gremion, and I live in Ward 4 in North Petworth. I'm also a parent of two small kids at DC Public Schools. I've lived in the district since 2011 until recently. I never had a negative experience with the MPD or law enforcement in the district. To the contrary, I've supported more investment in policing, and I vehemently opposed efforts to defund the police. I really do not feel so confident in the police now. On the morning of October 2nd, a little after 6 a.m., I was running in my neighborhood with my wife, and we witnessed masked, armed men wearing vests that read only police, driving an unmarked Nissan Altima and an unmarked Subaru SUV, pull over, an older model car and detain the male driver of the car and his male passenger, but not a third occupant of the car who was female. We asked the armed men why they were detaining the men, the car, and they ignored us. The female passenger later said that they asked for the men's ID but didn't ask for hers. Compared to the stories you've heard today, this is not a particularly dramatic story, but it was a real wake-up call for me. I'm part of a mixed-race family, and it's unacceptable to me that masked, armed men can harass and detain people with brown skin, people that look like members of my family, with no accountability. And one very limited but important source of accountability for these agents has been video recording. And so, like many other people in my community, I've taken to video recording ICE agents when I see them stopping and detaining people in my neighborhood. And I've been disturbed to see MPD collaborating with ICE officers. And I no longer feel the same trust in the MPD as a result of seeing them work with these agents. Residents should be able to trust law enforcement in their community. They should be able to identify a person who's given power by the state to carry a firearm and use the threat of force to deprive someone of their liberty. Residents should have assurance that cooperating in a criminal investigation won't come back to haunt them. These aren't complicated issues, and our elected representatives have to use all of the powers at their disposal to protect our civil liberties. And the collaboration between MPD and ICE has to stop. It's unacceptable. So thank you for hearing my testimony and for holding this hearing.
Thank you so much. Giovanna Izurieta.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanna Izurieta and I live in Ward 4 in North Bedford. I am a mother of two school-aged children who attend different charter schools in the neighborhood. Thank you for allowing DC residents like me to share what we have been witnessing in our neighborhoods. Early this summer, I began hearing reports and then seeing firsthand federal immigration agents taking Latino men from our streets without judicial arrest warrants. These arrests are happening at times when families are leaving for work and children are walking to school. Since September, I have closely witnessed 7 arrests by federal officers. Many of these operations involve armed and masked agents and unmarked cars. In at least 2 of these cases, MPD officers were visibly collaborating with federal immigration agents. On October 6, around 6 a.m., I witnessed an incident where agents stopped a utility van at Kansas and Hamilton Street Northwest, 2 blocks from my house, and detained 4 men. When I asked one of the agents whether he had a judicial warrant, he shined a bright light in my face and yelled profanities at me, ordering me to shut up and go home. I presume he didn't like my accent. Last week, on North Capitol and Gallatin Street Northwest at around 8 a.m., I saw ICE agents take 2 men right in front of middle school students while they were walking to school from the Fort Totten Metro. Families were out walking their children nearby schools. People were out and about. One woman who stopped to witness the arrest in a car was harassed by an agent who reached out into her car, grabbed her belongings, and threw them onto the sidewalk. These agents left shortly after, leaving the stop truck behind. These actions are terrifying. Civil liberties are being violated in what is supposed to be our sanctuary city. These agents are racially profiling Latino families, people that look like me, breaking homes apart and leaving children without their fathers. Families are self-deporting themselves. Many of them are taking the U.S. children with them. And to make matters worse, MPD continues to cooperate with federal agents, breaking the trust of our community. Last Thursday, October 23rd, I witnessed another alarming incident involving at least 6 vehicles and 16 officers, including agents from MPD, the IRS, and the Diplomatic Security Service. I didn't even know that agency. During an arrest at Ingraham Street Northwest and 7th Street Northwest. As you already heard this, officers escalated the situation involving 2 teenagers, students from McFarland Middle School, 2 13-year-old boys. They were temporarily held in front of dozens of neighbors. They were shaken by this. I spoke with one of the boys. This kind of joint enforcement activity is breaking public trust, the trust in MPD officers, and traumatizing our children, our young Latino men, our young U.S. citizens. This current partnership between MPD and federal agencies is harming our community, and it must be changed. Thank you for listening and for taking this issue seriously. I hope the council will take action to protect all DC families from racial profiling and ensuring that our city truly lives up to its promise of a safe and welcoming place for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the interruption earlier was that residents had come into the chamber to let us know that they observed ICE and MPD taking people off of buses on Georgia Avenue, and there had been 2 arrests made, so we're going to call the MPD commander to try to intervene on that. Next is Claudia Schlossberg.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau. My name is Claudia Schlossberg, and I am a 47-year resident of Ward 1. I've lived in Mount Pleasant nearly continuously since 1978. Like many of those who've testified today, I have witnessed firsthand the violent abduction of Latino individuals by masked, heavily armed ICE agents. The first instance occurred on August 26th at approximately 7:20 at the corner of 18th and Park Road. I was alerted by a screech, a brief siren. I thought it was an accident. I ran to the corner. By the time I got there, the ICE agents had already detained 3 landscapers, all Latino men, placed them inside one of the unmarked cars. Neighbors had gathered. I was filming. I was approached by an ICE agent in a very threatening manner. At that point, the ICE agents signaled they were leaving. They all pulled away. These individuals were worked for a landscaping company, a company that had worked in our neighborhood for many years for a local realtor. We have no information about what happened to them. They simply disappeared. The second abduction occurred on September 1st, Labor Day, at about 8:15 in the same location. I was watering my garden when I heard a woman shout, "Get your hands off of me." I heard a whistle and someone yelled ICE. I looked up and saw the same ICE agent who had threatened me earlier pushing a woman off her bicycle. in the middle of Park Road. I ran to the corner and they had stopped a white panel truck. There was a swarm of ICE agents accompanied by at least 4 cars of U.S. Park police officers. As I approached with my camera, the same agent who had threatened the woman who had earlier threatened me came up to me in a very threatening manner and ordered me to step back 30 feet. I kept asking why they had stopped the van, but he wouldn't answer and kept moving toward me in a very threatening manner. The other agents were around the passenger side. Within seconds, they had broken the glass, dragged the man out. Turned out he was a worker who was being treated for cancer. He disappeared quickly into the van. When I kept filming and when I tried to approach the passenger, the driver, who was a woman who was very distraught, the same ICE agent took out his pepper spray and pointed it at my face, threatening to pull the trigger. He also threatened to use his taser against me. Once they had the passenger detained, they jumped back in their cars and pulled off in a very, very reckless way. They almost hit a bystander, and one of the cars drove recklessly up on the sidewalk as they sped away. As you know, despite the end of the so-called emergency, there have been many more abductions in Mount Pleasant and other communities, as you've heard today. They have torn apart families, forced our immigrant neighbors into hiding, and devastated local businesses. Further, as I and others have predicted, the level of violence perpetrated by federal agents is escalating and likely will continue to escalate. You heard about a shooting. While it has been traumatizing to witness this level of violence perpetrated on our community by federal agents, it's even more frightening to know that the MPD continues to collaborate with these thugs who operate with complete anonymity and without any accountability. Instead of siding with the stormtroopers of Trump's authoritarian and racist regime, our mayor and our police need to stand up and protect our communities. Like police in other cities, they should be actively providing protection to our communities and standing as a buffer to prevent illegal abductions, assaults, and threats. We should be able to count on our government, our police, to protect our civil and human rights. Sadly, in this pivotal moment, our local government has not only failed us, they have left us exposed and vulnerable. I would also add that the mayor has refused to meet with us. We sent 350 Ward 1 residents sent her a letter on September 9th. We have been following up weekly, and we still have not been able to secure a meeting or have her come into the ward to talk to us so that we could share firsthand our experiences. So I really want to thank you for this hearing. I want to add that the consequences.
I'm so sorry. You're a minute and a half over.
Sorry.
Take it all
I
in
just want to say
writing.
history, we know what comes next, so we need to stop collaborating.
Thank you so much. Valerie Barron.
Hi, I'm Valerie Barron, and council member, thank you so much for holding this hearing and for your leadership in a sea of what is a just frankly disgusting lack of leadership and moral clarity in a time when we have never needed it more. As you know, I may not be your constituent anymore. I'm in Ward 4, but I've come before DC Council to testify many times, often about the welfare of children. And I've never had less faith that I would be able to maintain my composure through testimony. This is just a deeply terrible and challenging time. And we really need to be doing exactly this, telling these stories and bringing attention to these atrocities, not hiding behind, with not answering meetings and whatever we can find to keep ourselves out of the spotlight. Actually, building on what was just said, I want to start by reading a quote, which is, "Terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared." That quote could easily have been given by a number of panelists here today, because it's what we're seeing here in DC. That was a quote from Anne Frank's diary, and she wrote it in 1943. Exactly as was just said, we know exactly what comes next. There's no mystery to what people here are trying to do, and it is absolutely essential that we use all of the tools that we have to stand up and speak out against this. Like many American Jews, I was raised in the shadow of the Holocaust. We heard stories from survivors. Because of my age, they were almost all children. And what we're seeing all around us is exactly what we were told to look for. I have 2 young children. We are not vulnerable for no reason, for anything that we have earned just because of our citizenship status. And my 5-year-old is having nightmares about his parents disappearing. They're surrounded by this. They see it, they take it in. And I can't answer them with a good answer when they ask if members of our school community are going to be safe. We also are missing what MPD is not doing because they're spending their time on this. About a month ago, I was hit by a car riding my bike in Grant Circle. I'm okay, I got a broken wrist. And literally as my cheek is on Grant Circle, I look up and ask the man who hit me with his car, are you going to be safe when the police get here? If there are feds with them. He thought I was a little nuts. I was like, I just want to make sure you're okay and alive. Appreciate that. But it was a shockingly valid question. And the police never came. There are things happening all around us where we are taking these resources away from public safety and putting them towards harming and disappearing our neighbors. There's no excuse for this. There's also no reason to keep home rule if we have to agree not to use it in order to hold on to it. These are times that demand leadership and speaking out against what's happening and standing with our neighbors and standing for the humanity of one another. And I see almost none of that happening in our city government. So thank you for holding this hearing today. And for anyone else in power who's listening, you have to start showing up.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to this panel. I have a few questions actually for Mr. Wasnick because I think you're our first person that had some detail on the encampment clearings.
Sure.
So you talked about MPD and DPW's participation in the encampment clearings directed by federal agents. Did you happen to talk to anyone at DPW?
I didn't talk to anybody at DPW on the 15th. The night before, like in Washington Circle on the 14th, yeah, I did talk to one of the people that I knew and sort of, cause I was trying to figure out like what was going on and what was going to happen. And, you know, and then even later that night, when there was like kind of a lot of waiting around and uncertainty about what was going on, like I called him and he said they were just waiting for orders. They were just kind of like sitting around. So I didn't actually talk to anybody. I mean, on the 15th when Washington Circle was being cleared, like that person who I know, like I saw him, you know, putting tents in the back of a truck. He didn't make eye contact with me. But no, I didn't actually speak with anybody. But obviously, like, you know, it's one thing in that intervention and given all the events of that night and that morning, like that MPD would be out, but like there's like for DPW to also be out, like there was another layer. And honestly, there was somebody from DMHHS in a pickup truck too, who was there, you know. So like there was, you know, there was collaboration there, or to some degree.
And where were the orders coming from?
I can only speculate, like between the 14th and the 15th, that they were coming, you know, from the White House or from the Attorney General or whoever was in charge at that point. But I don't really know. I don't really know.
So on the 15th, DPW showed up to do clearings on New York Avenue too, but DHS had no idea that was happening.
Nobody knew anything was happening. So like it was really the 14th was like after the big spectacle in Washington Circle.
Right.
It was sort of like a lot of confusion and disorganization, and nobody knew what was up. Like I said, towards the end of the night, they went over to New York Avenue and talked to folks there. And I didn't see it, but they made one arrest over there. And then like they told folks, yeah, like that's it, we're done for tonight. And you know, told DHS, and by that point I was at New York Avenue, and they were like talking to us and the outreach teams, like, yeah, okay, so we're going to be back at it tomorrow night, right? Because that's what we were told. And so everybody was caught off guard the following morning. And I wasn't in the morning. I wasn't at New York Avenue. I have a former colleague who works across the street from New York Avenue, Presbyterian Church, and she alerted me to like, yeah, there are cops and trash trucks here, and they're throwing stuff away. And then I don't recall who it was that a short time later said they're on their way over to Washington Circle. And it might have been a different group than what was over at New York Avenue. And like I said, by the time that I had gotten there, they were already, you know, they were already almost done. And it was lightning fast, and it was very coordinated and very like it seemed, like they knew what they were doing. This was not, it was the complete opposite of the night before, right? Which seemed disorganized. This was very, very targeted. Kind of like the evening of the 14th had been like a little bit of a reconnaissance, and then they went ahead and made their plans for the next morning.
Are you aware of any clearings led by the federal government since the August ones?
Led by the federal government? No. I mean, I know, and like I say this with a grain of salt. I feel like the city has fought very hard for the right to be the ones that displace our residents. And like, if it's going to happen, I think that is the right call, right? Like, we would rather have MPD and DMHHS who like know how to do it and are not like, arresting people or threatening people, with whatever, and things can happen in a more or less timely fashion. So no, I'm not aware of federal officers of any sort being involved in any clearing.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you so much to this panel. Appreciate it.
Well, I should clarify that one real quick. Like, of course, like if there are on the federal lands, right? If there are people on Park Service land, for example, then of course, federal officers would be engaging there. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, as before.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Before closing, I want to take a moment to make folks watching these proceedings aware of resources that are available on my website. These are resources to help residents know their rights with specific resources for immigrants. You can find these at brianneknadeau.com/resources or go to brianneknadeau.com and click on Ward 1 and then resources. This concludes today's roundtable. Thank you so much to our public witnesses for your testimony today. If you have not yet submitted written testimony, please do so by emailing it to publicworks@dccouncil.gov. Nope, actually do it by submitting it online at dccouncil.gov through the hearing management system. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on November 28th, 2025. The time is now 1:44 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.